infrastructure financing needs and the cost of capital renewables. My name is Estefania Vergara. I'm an economist at the Chief Economist Office for Infrastructure VP, where I work on digital development topics. So it is my great pleasure to moderate this session. And we have assembled a distinguished group of experts who will delve into the financial challenges of renewable energy technologies and the overall climate transition. As we all know, with the high prices of renewable energy projects making it more difficult to find financing sources and renewable energy having a strong synergy with some of the development goals, this is a key topic for building a practical bridge to a sustainable future. So please help me welcome our distinguished panel. We have first Anurag Gumber, who is a doctoral researcher at the Climate and Policy Group at the Federal Institute of Technology, Zurich. Please help me welcome Anurag. My colleague, Yevgeny Steinbuch, he's a senior economist at the Chief Economist Office for the Infrastructure VP at the World Bank. Please. Next is someone that does not need an introduction, but I still have to introduce her, Vivian Foster, Principal Research Fellow in the Center for Environmental Policy at Imperial College London, and former Chief Economist for the Infrastructure VP. So welcome, Vivian. And Hannah Luscombe, who is also joining us from London. She's a PhD student at Oxford University and a research assistant there as well. So welcome, Hannah. So without further ado, I'm gonna give the floor to Anurag. So Anurag, please.
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be here. So great. Thank you so much. I'll be presenting on technology innovation, and I'll quickly get to more of into my research without much delay. So a bit about myself, as mentioned, I'm a doctoral researcher at ETH Zurich, that's the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. What I'll be presenting here is not so much linked to the cost of renewables, but I do research on that, so maybe I can comment a bit. I do work on capital markets, banking, and most recently, some topics on institutional investors and biodiversity stewardship, but a lot on the climate finance or renewable energy sector. So just to start with, like, what my overall motivation has been in the research is that we are in a phase which we haven't really seen before. There are three distinct features of renewable energy that I notice. One is that we have been going through this phase of concurrent innovation and deployment, and never actually in infrastructure we have actually seen that before. We've deployed, for example, post-World War II, 30,000 kilometers of roads in the US, 12,000 bridges. We've actually made canals. It's actually happened even 2,000 years before in the Roman Empire. Even in developing countries today, we see a large set of infrastructure which is unprecedented, but never actually in any other asset class we have seen concurrent innovation. So you want to innovate, you want to get the costs reduced, you want the financial system to also learn at the same time, get the business feasibility done at the same time. So that's a very, very new distinct feature of this asset class that's really not been seen before. Also, a lot of if you go back into the history of infrastructure, a lot of the big financial institutions that we know of today came out of infrastructure, but slowly we financialized and they moved away from infrastructure as their primary asset class. So a lot of the banking institutions or financial institutions don't now know of how to invest in something that's innovative, that may be improving, and there is a large set of uncertainty. So it's a very different feature, and we are also trying to replace something that works with that is something that's cleaner. So coal and gas and all other energy sources have been working pretty well. It's not that they don't work, we just want to make things cleaner. So it's really about a transition, so there's political opposition. So I don't study the third point, but I do study the first two, and that's where my research takes me. So if, I don't know if I can use the pointer, but okay. If you see that there's this trend, you innovate, there's a technology, you get the technical capacity up and running, then you deploy, you try to get the financing for it, and then you deploy, and then you have this cycle of learning. And over time, as you have the cycle of learning keep going on, you have a technology that reaches a certain level of maturity. I'll get to some examples of technology maturity of how it's measured, but by and large, a lot of people will know that there are these technology readiness levels. They were introduced in 1969 by NASA just to understand whether the technology is ready technically at an environmental level to be deployed. So we have this loop of learning, we get technology maturity, but we actually don't speak much about financial maturity, because a lot of financial institutions, they may be excited with the transition, but they're really not comfortable with the technical performance of the technology. They don't just have the history or the data or the records, even the credit worthiness of the lender or of the borrowers or the sponsoring firms to really know whether the technology will achieve its profitability or not. So overall, what I research is that how does a technology mature from a financing point of view, or you can call it a business point of view. And then in that life cycle, as the technology matures, how do banks specifically and other financial institutions learn about that? How do they gain confidence? And then in that process, how does the infrastructure development process get evolved? I primarily look at timelines, but in this presentation, I just look at one thing, and putting it in the big research is just important to understand why I do this, and then why renewable energy. Because renewable energy is the case example, I think, from the previous presentation. It's quite exciting to hear about, in the last presentation, as the presenter mentioned, about we being in this phase where clean energy or renewable sources are getting innovated, and that's the new direction. So anyhow, so the big question is, when do renewable energy technologies mature from a financing point of view? Here, the idea is to create a framework to measure it, to define it, to understand when can we point it out that a technology is mature. And why is this important? Well, from a policy standpoint, you want to know when a technology is mature enough for either changing the type of subsidy or a support that you need from a policy perspective, or do you need to increase it, or do you need to shift it? Can it sustain on its own? Are there enough financial actors involved that it can flow on its own? And that's the phase that we are in. And we have trillions of dollars of requirement and investment. So it's a pretty steep step that we have to overcome, and it will take us decades. So when we started this research, the idea was that actors must gain confidence in any new technology if they are to invest, whether it's the technology risk, the economics of it, the market, political, legal, supply chains, everything. And at the same time, we know that technology is mature from a technology perspective. You have readiness levels. You also have other literatures I'll not go into, which is the multi-level perspective, the technology innovation systems. We have a lot of models on the S-curve, which normally we see in any business. Even the industrial maturity literature also would refers to this. And from an innovation perspective, we are at a cusp where we need innovation, but we need it so fast and at such a volume that's unprecedented. And hence, even financial actors need to learn at the same time. So we can have policy support, but what kind of support, when, how to direct it, and then when to even backtrack it. That is really important. So then our aim in this paper was, can we define it? Can we define what is financial maturity for a technology? And we basically try to use, if we try to develop a framework, we use two key literatures. First is the technology innovation systems literature, which actually defines, which tells us more about how a technology matures from an ecosystem perspective. They don't look at the financial side of it, they look at the supply chain, the institutions, the actors, different networks that they form. And then we also take the financial development literature, which is a more macroecon literature, looks at an economy as, and often we refer to financial development. That was also something the previous presenter just did. And we we basically take these two literatures and say, okay, one actually provides us with a scheme of analysis for the technology, and one provides us with a scheme of analysis for financial development. And finally, we try to ascertain how maturity of renewable energy technologies has developed. Here we do an empirical analysis. We take 46,000 transactions from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, specifically focusing on solar, wind onshore, wind offshore, geothermal. We did analyze a lot others. We did do biomass, hydro, also gas and coal, but we had to drop those because of quite poor reporting, and at that time, there were other databases I won't mention here that we had tried. But this is the data, and then we also look at UK as a specific case example. So I will actually be presenting the UK example because it's much easier to follow, and then I will give a brief overview of the global findings that we have. And then also we are limited by project finance info. So what we will see is that a lot of the investment actually are getting directed through utilities, and this is just the nature of the problem. The operating firms, either utilities or energy companies, are at the forefront. So the financial actors, they are the financing actors, and the financial actors are behind them, either in acquisitions, refinancing, or just directly giving them corporate investments. So this was just the layout. And then how do we define it? So as I said, it's a pretty famous S-curve, which is used by every literature. This is what we know of about how a technology might look like. There's a formative phase, a growth phase. A growth phase is very distinct. It's characterized by an extremely rapid growth of the technology, a maturity phase, and then a decline phase. And the decline can come anytime. It can also be policy regulated, so there can be, again, an uptick. There can be a decline. So there's not an agreement on this. But this is the typical S-curve, and what we are interested is in definitely the growth phase, because that's the phase that we actually don't know how long it goes on for and when maturity is hit. We just cannot define. This is a prevailing problem in every single literature, whether it's the business life cycle literature or the industrial life cycle literature. And what we try to do is we take these two frameworks that I told you about, technology innovation and financial development, and we develop this framework of how you can actually measure the technology's financial maturity. Now, the technology literature says that you can measure it across actors, networks, and institutions. And actors and networks are essentially different types of actors who form networks between themselves and collaborate, and how strong those networks are. Those can be associations, organizations. Institutions are regulations and policy. Whereas the financial development one also has the same three categories as different names. They measure, though, unlike the technology literature, and they provide us like indicators and three different dimensions across which we can measure these the progress. So that's depth, access, and efficiency. Depth is essentially just how much money, for example, you have. Access is how accessible the financial system is, and efficiency is how low cost or efficient it is. So taking cue from these two, we end up with this framework. We define almost 27 indicators. These are just 6 examples, and we empirically study 5 of them. So depth in the financial network is the whole amount of liquidity and capital that there is for a particular technology. Financial access is typically access in the macroecon literature is access of an individual to a banking system, for example, but here we think of that as an access of a sponsor to, let's say, the financial system. And then the efficiencies, of course, can be the speed of circulation of the capital. So you have a more M&A activity, which allows more institutional investors like pension funds to access the technology, take risk, and provide lower cost capital. And then on the actor front, we have a variety of financial actors. We do want those. And then the accessibility of knowledge, of how much collaboration there is and how much knowledge you can gain. Or like the newer people that you are collaborating with. So it's kind of a proxy for barrier to entry. And then financing costs incurred by financial actors. Those are actually the cost of capital that we are here to discuss. So finally, like as I said, we do theorize 27 indicators. We just demonstrate 5. We've demonstrated 5 because on the efficiency, actor efficiency, we just had a limitation on the data. The reported sample for the spreads of on loans were pretty low. But we know from other literature that the costs do decrease as the technology matures. Rather, we know that they even coincide or converge to the risk of any general technology, for example, coal plants that you might see. So anyways, the UK offshore example, I think that's where I'll spend more time, but on the global one, I'll do a bit quickly. We had data on pretty much every single offshore project in the UK. We could see every single investor until 2021. And this is what it looks like. I don't mention all the policies. We also have a whole policy database of exactly what the UK did. But there are 3 main things. One is the obligations that kicked in 2001. And they subsequently increased year on year to make sure that the electricity suppliers were obligated to have more renewable share. Then you had the establishment of the investment bank, the Green Investment Bank, which was subsequently acquired by Macquarie, which invested heavily in offshore wind. And then finally, we had the contracts for difference, so which basically had a technology obligation. So even within these policies, you had a share for offshore wind. It wasn't that offshore wind was competing with anyone else. And then subsequently, you see these spikes because with policy there was a spike, and then like with contracts for difference, they happen in 2-year cycles. So there's always an investment spike. So what we do find is that in terms of depth, there were a diversity of actors that came up, and state investment banks and other banks, commercial banks specifically, were there. We also could see when the commercial banks had entered. So it was quite much later. It was initially all the utilities and energy companies. But slowly as the technology matured, and we try to basically give this green area of saying that this is the period which was the fast growth phase. And we're fairly confident because there's no scientific way of actually saying when it was. But just looking at the growth periods, let's say averaging 3 years, you see that there is always this uptick of 30% per year growth rate, almost, in pretty much every part of the world. And finally, then there may be growth, but it's much less, much flatter. And do I have less time? Do I need to? Oh, okay. So sorry then. So anyway, so I'm going to go quickly. We see that there is more financial activity as you go through the growth phase and to the maturity phase. We see same thing with access. We see a lot many more actors. So that's the HHI, a very famous indicator. That's when you see that, hey, there are many more actors involved in the ecosystem, and I mean financial actors. That's the black line. And then same thing with like in the maturity phase. Firms do try to like coalesce and create monopolies, but it's much lesser than the non-maturity phase, than the maturity phase later on. The cool thing was the other actors is equipment suppliers we specifically analyze, and those there's a high dependency. There's much more dependency on those than financial actors. But same thing with efficiency, so you have a lot of turnover as more and more assets get built. And in the global one, I'm not going to rush through, but I'll just rush through the findings. So tech-specific actors important, tech operators, businesses important. The shares vary in acquisition and refinancing, with purely financial actors participating more, of course. Access is really crucial in driving competition. More actors possibly result in a lock-in. Relationship gets formed over time. The share of projects developed among new investors lower in post-growth phases. And finally, on efficiency, I don't have a chart. I'll not discuss this, but there is higher asset circulation, low cost of capital over time. So what the implications are that we are, of course, not able to define exactly when you get mature. That's really, really difficult. But we do have a definition based on this work that we have. We can definitely say that post-rapid growth phase, when there are adequate, diverse, and deeply invested actors with low barrier to entry, propensity to share knowledge, compete to lower costs, and circulate capital. It sounds too vague, but there is still a timeline that you can approximately put in on any technology. Now, why it's important? Like the offshore wind case that I gave you, I think for me that's the most fascinating one. So a lot of people I argue with, like, they think that offshore wind is mature, at least in Europe, if not elsewhere. But we do see that there's a battling monopolization. There are 6 utilities in the UK and then like a few more really, really large firms in all of Europe, which kind of have monopolized. So if you are a financial actor, you will go in a syndicate of between 10 and 20 people and really be reliant on these few firms. So there's no chance of, for me to say that offshore wind is mature. It may be mature in depth because we have extremely large projects, but we just don't have access in the market. The discussion, the research also takes it away from the cost of capital discussion. I know we are here to discuss cost of capital, but I think having this vibrant ecosystem is extremely important to actually even lower costs at the end of the day. So what policy can do is promote higher investors, intermediate access, and promote asset turnover. And that's something I actually find in my subsequent research, is that even banks gain confidence as they gain more information from a large variety of actors. They do source information from borrowers as well as other banks. And that's really crucial if we want to lower the cost and make renewable energy go at the scale it needs to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anurag. So now we will have some minutes for questions from the audience. So if anyone wants to ask a question to Anurag, please go ahead, raise your hand. Yeah, please. The microphone is coming. Yes.
It's more of a comment than a question. Or you talked about the maturity of the, or financial maturity, right? But at least from the experience that I have had in India, generally what happens is that there will be a few players who would have the understanding of the technology and the technology maturity and therefore the bankability of that project. And infrastructure projects are generally ones which require large debt. And therefore these few select banks would act as syndicators. And the other participants would simply, join the bandwagon and rely on the assessment done by the syndicate or the lead arranger, right? So is there any way of democratizing the learning, the financial maturity, so to say, which will then help in many other players coming into the infrastructure financing segment? Because one of the reasons why there is a perception of a higher risk in infrastructure financing is the lack of understanding. Right? The moment I'm able to understand and appreciate the maturity of the technology and the output which can, with some level of assurance, can come in, right? Then I will be more open to accepting that and therefore be more amenable to lending, rather than joining a syndication and if God forbid anything goes wrong in one particular project, then I burn my fingers and my risk perception, gets into a vicious cycle. So is there any way of democratizing that learning?
So I will break down the answer into 2 parts. So one is infrastructure in a specific economy. There'll be non-technology specific risks that will remain. So in the sense that if there are, let's say, few banks who are comfortable taking that risk, then everyone else will just follow them. From a technology perspective, as a technology matures, it's kind of saying that is the technology maturing to a level that other infrastructure assets are considered by those few banks that are interested in risking in infrastructure asset class. So from that perspective, you are seeing a convergence of that technology to what should be routine. So breaking that down, then in sense of democratizing, what my research, at least from a banking perspective, finds that you have to be an early mover. Even banks, like firms, actually try to monopolize the market. And everyone else then just follows. There is no chance, if you were not an early mover, then there can be different definitions of who's an early mover, but let's assume in the first 10 years of a technology in a particular market, if you did not, then you're kind of going to lose out. Then you'll be this international bank who either comes in as a syndicate or goes out to other markets and tries to come in that way. So the way to democratize, in my view, is procurement. A lot of these technologies, especially in India or even other parts, are developed through government procurement, and in a way to then promote either SMEs or smaller firms. That is the way to do. Like, I'm not a big fan of the offshore model at all. The moment you auction a gigawatt of a single field You're just killing competition. There'll only always be a handful of firms. And then in the future, as you go ahead and you auction more, you will have the requirement to have experience before, and that's just, then you've closed the market. So there is no way then you'll have new firms entering. Only, of course, in the supply chain, yes, but just as developers, no. So again, do small projects always and keep making sure that there is enough room for smaller firms to enter.
Thank you very much, Anurag. We have time for one more question. So please, thank you.
Super interesting. So I was thinking about some of the things you were characterizing as not financial maturity in the offshore wind sector, as like, oligopolistic competition. But then when I think about sort of like, fossil fuel energy sectors, a lot of those sectors are very much characterized by oligopolistic competition. I'm just wondering, have you ever sort of done the comparison between, old non-renewable energy sectors and whether do they meet your criteria for financial maturity? Have you ever sort of mapped across those sectors?
Yeah, so that was the idea actually, and I did. So you do see some competition. Again, it's dependent on the market size, so that's why in the global analysis we combine smaller countries to give a US. Let's say if you're comparing USA, you do see competition there. There is definitely a monopolization, rather actually post-maturity, and I think that would have been really cool if we had confidence in that data. You see more financial actors and less of utilities and energy players. So there is a lesser reliance on the operators. There is, but from a financing perspective, there's lesser reliance. And you see actually more entry of financial actors, actually true financial institutions more. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Anurag, for such interesting.
Can
We will leave perhaps, maybe a quick question, yes.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
short one.
Yeah.
During your presentation, I saw something on the slide, like, is there any criteria for excluding China from the...
We just did not have data. Bloomberg has a very poor reporting of China. They have the names of the projects, but like who are the financial institutions is fairly poor. So that's why.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anurag, for such interesting presentation. Next, we have Yevgeny Steinbuks, who will talk about assessing the impact of renewable energy policies on decarbonization in developing countries. So the floor is yours, Yev.
Is it really mine? The floor? It's a pretty solid floor in my view. Can you hear me, guys? No? Yes? Maybe? Okay. So, so my name is Yevgenis, and I'm going to present you the paper called Assessing the Impact of Renewable Energy Policies on Decarbonization in Developing Countries, which I wrote with Clara Gagliazzi, now economist with the IMF, and Laura Diaz-Anadon, who is a professor at the University of Cambridge. I'm facing tough tasks. Because I have to compete with digital devices and other wonderful things. So I need to present the substance, but I also need to keep you entertained, because otherwise I will inevitably lose the competition. So the question is how much I will able to last in this uneasy trick. So I guess every paper has a story, and I'm happy to tell the story about this paper. So this is actually the story called the success story. And this success story is the story of how people who do a little bit of knowledge work in the bank can help a little bit of the people who do operations in the bank, and the other way around. So the story started when my colleagues in the Energy and Extractives Global Practice, SMAP, were developing something called Regulatory Indicators for Sustainable Energy, which I will end up talking later during that presentation, and they were quite interested in seeing how good these indicators are. And I was researcher at the bank at that point of time, so I was working for research department, and we were interested in writing papers. So our former chief economist, who is sitting here, was kind enough to bring connect the dots, bring and connect us with operations, and as a result, the operational people get a more robust index, and we got research paper that was accepted for journal publication, right? So that's why I'm saying it's kind of a success story. So what I'm going to do now is to tell you what are we trying to do in this paper, right? And in this paper we're trying to ask two research questions. One question is, how do different types of policies affect decarbonization of the energy mix in developing countries? And the second questions, are these effects long-lasting, or will they stay for reasonably short term? Now these questions are correlated. I will try to persuade you, that these questions are important. And after I did that, I will try to explain why it's difficult to answer these questions and what we are trying to do to answer these questions. And then, at the very end, I will try to tell you what exactly you find, and maybe suggest one or two things, because I don't think suggesting more than two things would sit nicely. You'll just forget. So why these questions matter? About a few years ago, British think tank. Do you see this slide well? Hopefully. The British think tank, sorry, it's not the British, I mean it's international think tank, Climate Strategies, came up with the report where one of my co-authors was a co-author, called the 10 Principles for Policymakers in Energy Transition, where they formulated 10 fundamental principles that policymakers should look into when thinking about how to decarbonize. And these principles are, I have to step out because I cannot read from this slide. Investing and regulating, de-risking markets, targeting ticking points, combining policies, being adaptive, ensuring just transitions, grow global markets, consider opportunity and risk, understanding behavioral bias of politicians, and choose technologies deliberately, right? All these principles are important, but the principle we are particularly interested in this paper is, this one, the red circle, the combining policies, right? So the combining policies principle is telling us that we need to implement mutually reinforcing policies to deliver greater impact that is more than the sum of their parts. I'm going back to the microphone. I just wanted to read that. Now, it's important because this principle is quite important because in order to understand which policies reinforce each other, you need to understand whether policies work or not. I mean, you can have a lot of wonderful policies, but if they don't work, they cannot reinforce each other, right? So I guess, this is kind of big, important motivation, in terms of identifying right mix of policies and how they play together, right? So, and this is what we're trying to do here. Now, are we the only ones who look into this question? I guess the answer is not, and your guess would be correct if you said that. So, again, the co-author of mine, Laura, and colleagues, wrote a few years ago a very important paper published in Nature when they tried to look at a meta-analysis of about 200 papers, and they tried to see what policies work and what kind of doesn't really work, and the papers were of all different kinds, which is not uncommon in the literature. Some of them were quantitative, some of them were qualitative, some were theoretical. But the meta found that on average, I guess I need the microphone again because I couldn't see that. So on average, the policies kind of work on technological deployment, which I guess resonates with what the previous speaker said. Policies have positive, different type of policies. Renewable portfolio standards, R&D funding, government procurement, feed-in tariffs, certificates, taxes, pretty much all options. They all have positive impact on technological deployment. Now, where they don't have good impact, and that's where we have negative impact, is the distributional policy outcomes, right? So they deliver on technology, not necessarily deliver on equity, right? And even the most popular policies like feed-in tariffs, auctions, allowance trading schemes tend to be regressive, right? So this was a starting point, but there is one caveat. Like if you look at the geographic spread of these policies, you will see that developing countries are not kind of well represented in this kind of spectrum, right? So, you know, you see like a big, I don't know whether the toy works, it probably doesn't, but no, I mean the red part. So you will see a big black, gray hole, you know, of most of the bank client country seat, right? You know, there's no evidence. Whereas most of the papers are based on European Union and the United States. And, you know, the only country which received in our developing world is China, which is not exactly developing. I mean, it's developing to some extent, but it's not a representative developing country. So let me get back. So what we are trying to do here is to look at exactly developing countries. So we're doing the other type of the exercise. We're trying to overcome a number of you know, challenges that, you know, the research on developed countries faced, and you know, which makes a lot of researchers not particularly happy to work on these issues, right? So we have issues related to you know, countries can differ in sizes, so qualitative analysis may not necessarily be accurate. A lot of policies and outcomes are heavily endogenous, and you know, cross-country analysis is not something that would make academic colleagues excited about doing this work, because they will not publish this paper in good journal. We at the bank not so much caring about that part. We want to answer big questions, and we do that. You know, some studies don't account for degree of the reform. There is a lot of complicated interaction effects, and data is missing, right? So what we're trying to do, we're trying to, you know, cover these gaps in our work through different ways, right? So we're trying to, you know, we're trying to create a large panel of developing countries. We work with hundreds of countries and a large number of policies. We're trying to do our best to account for indigeneity using instrumental variable approach, and we're trying to, you know, do different measurement to account for degree of the reform, and we are trying to do different ways to, you know, to give different weights to different policies. Okay. So, you know, in every analysis, we need the left-hand side variable, and we need the right-hand side variable, and you know, I'll probably speak about that, you know, in the next couple of slides. So on the left-hand side variable, you know, we have a large number of indicators, right? So the fossil fuel energy consumption, the electricity production from fossil fuels, the electricity production from oil sources, and renewable energy consumption, renewable electricity output, and they're all expected you know, they're all in the relative terms. And you know, unexpectedly, we'll see that climate policies would probably negatively affect the first three and positively affect the other two, right? That's the way the priors should go, right? I mean, the initial question is, why do we need that many indicators on the left-hand side? And I will tell you, I will have more indicators on the right-hand side too. And the answer is precisely because, you know, difficulties with econometric signification. So if you cannot develop a clean identification on one set, you have to overwhelm and, you know, do a lot of different things. And, you know, if a lot of different things pointing in different directions, that you may have certain credibility that your results are kind of meaningful. I mean, that's a kind of imperfect substitute for clean analysis when you have a nice, narrow, confined experiment, which you can tell a lot of things on things that are not necessarily overwhelming. So on the right-hand side, we work with the renewable indicators for sustainable energy developed by SMAP. It's a large set of different policies, so they have more than 76 policies that we had to aggregate, because otherwise our analysis becomes intractable. So we you know, bundle these policies into the groups defined by SMAP, you know, which is the legal framework, planning, incentives, and regulatory support, attributes for financial regulatory incentives, network connection use, and counterparty risks, and carbon pricing and migrating. You know, we spend a great deal of time trying to figure out whether this bundling is reasonable. And, you know, we did dendrograms and other fancy things trying to kind of make sure that, you know, the indicators point consistently, and I think we agreed with SMAP that the way they bundle things is meaningful, right? So we transform all these policies into data, and we have a panel data set of more than 100 countries, developing countries. We exclude all OECD countries, so we're basically looking at the flip at the map that I showed you. So United States and others are excluded over the period between 90s and 2019, and This allows us a lot of experiments. Now, even with that, we still have dimensionality problem. So we have to reduce it by constructing different indices. And the problem is that every group has a large number of different, subvariables. So if you think of, one policy can have like a lot of different pillars. So the way the RISE treats the pillars is just, giving equal weight within the big branch, right? So that may be a little bit problematic because some pillars have only 2 policies and some have 10, right? So if you average, then you may not necessarily deliver the right result. So we use that, but we also use summation index where we assign each policy the same weight and proxy degree for the reform. But then some of the policies can be highly correlated. So in a sense, you can double count the policy within the pillar, which is problematic, right? So we also create a composite index where we try to bring highly correlated policies into one, whereas less correlated policies into the other one, right? So this is kind of a adjusted index. So we, by playing with 3 indices, we can have different ways of proxying the right-hand side variable. Now, as I told you, things can be endogenous, and they probably are, meaning that there's a lot of things that can play out with both inputs and outputs in our model. So we need to somehow break this, and we come up with instrumental variables. So our key idea is based on the foreign policy, right? So the idea is the countries which seems to, so we look at the big donors which finance reforms in developing countries, and we think that the countries that vote on the issues that donors like are likely to receive more technical capacity, technical assistance to implement the policies which correlate with the policy, but wouldn't be otherwise correlated with the outcomes. We also consider 2 other instruments, again, links to the donors through trade and through trade agreements, the number of trade agreements, which is a proxy for reform. The idea could be, when, I come from the country we joined the European Union, we had to sign a lot of trade agreements with the EU before we joined the EU, and down the line we also had to do a lot of reforms that the EU wanted, right? So in a sense, it's kind of the proxy. So same idea could work for other countries according to our priors, right? So we use 3 different instruments, and our idea is if these 3 different instruments deliver similar outcomes, we're kind of good. If not, well, we're in trouble. But luckily for us, they did kind of work in the same direction. So the summary of our research design is as follows. We end up, even with this kind of compressed design, we end up running about 10,000 IV regressions for each country in a year, fixed effects and interaction terms. So we really, so instead of trying to run one clean experiment, we try to overwhelm, try to deliver unification. And we create 5 mixed energy outcomes, 7 groups of different explanatory variables, 3 different indices, 3 unification strategies, and multiplied by, the logged EVs, because sometimes instruments can take time to work, right? So we do a lot of data mining with identification issues. So this is just a summary of the research design, just to reiterate what I said, because sometimes, repetition is the mother of lore, and, this is what you can see. This is our mix, this is our policies, these are our indices, these are our instruments, and this is our lags, right? So this is like the whole menu of things that we're trying to do here. Okay, now the interesting part, I hope, if you didn't, are you still alive? Yeah, maybe, no, some are definitely dead, but I guess it's fine. So the key results is pretty frustrating. Most of the policies don't work. Is it surprising? No, but, sometimes absence of surprise can be not surprising, right? So we did have, out of the 10,000 policies that we worked, we found about more than 500 policies where instruments kind of work and deliver reasonable results, so they kind of work the way they expected. But of these 500, which is a lot, but of these 500 policies, only 15% of the policies delivered any significant results, so that's this column, and only 5% of the policies gave the positive result, meaning that the policies were working the right way. This was very frustrating. So the only region where we saw significant share with significant results and significant positive stage of results were Europe and Central Asia. Which again, less surprising because a lot of these countries, were in the process of working with the European Union and they had to subscribe to whatever EU was pressing them. So they put the policies consistent with the EU regulations and the policies worked. In other regions, we didn't see that. The only other region that we had some traction was Sub-Saharan Africa. In all other regions, we don't see anything. We were able to, we can do further and we can try to, unbundle these policies into different policy packages. And again, the only package which seems to work, at least in the short time, was the policies that deal with counterparty risks, right? So, if you can somehow deal with non-payment issues and, the risk of non-negotiating contracts, you can get, policies that kind of work. This is a short run. In the long term, the policy which seems to work the most in terms of the absolute outcome, and this showed by this huge coefficient down there, is attributes of financial and regulatory incentives, right? So it's very unsurprising that the two set of policies were that what actually motivated to bring that paper to this particular conference, which is related to financial aspects of infrastructure investment, is the financial pillars worked and others really didn't have significant impacts. I mean, not that they're bad, they just didn't happen to work. This graph is just showing the same graph as before, but broken by the line. So if you're not trusting the numbers, you can see this bigger green pillar where you can see things work, and over time, the results appear to be a little bit consistent. One important concern that we were asked is whether these policies, in our left-hand side, we use all kind of renewables, but many of them are traditional renewables, and this could be the artifact of the previous deployment. So we try to rerun the tests using the modern renewables only, and results were broadly the same, right? So if you can see by this blue thing down there, a very moderate positive thing, probably not statistically significant, but on average, the effect increases over time. So the results were broadly in line when we excluded the conventional renewables. Okay. Conclusion. This is just, again, reiterate what we found. So again, we need to repeat things because, we may skip, you can pass, you can forget, Repetition, right? So we find that only 15% of the estimated second stage regressions are significant. 4.8% are positive and significant. Very few policies matter. But effects seem to improve a little bit over 5-7 years. The policies that address counterparty risk have the most immediate positive effects, and the policies that address attributes of financial and regulatory incentives have the largest long-standing effects. Okay? So what do we learn from there? What kind of recommendations? And there will be only two. I'm not going to overwhelm you with great number of wonderful things to tell. So the first recommendation is probably, from the counterparty risk, we can see that addressing bankability of private investment is a good thing in renewable energy, but I'm pretty sure, we have transport colleagues here. I think they would support that idea as well, right, for decarbonization issues, especially in the short term. And, the second suggestion is developing countries would benefit from more sustained and credible decarbonization policies, but they would work really good if they're enabled with access to finance, right? So this is the second, big point that is coming out of this paper. I guess that's really it, I would love to say you more, but I can't, So I have to let you off the hook and make you suffer.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So now we have a few minutes for questions, if anyone wants to ask a question. Yes, please. Yeah, it's coming up.
Thanks. I guess you looked at, you took this very wide lens and you looked across all these different contexts. And then you ran IV regressions, and in general, we tend to think of each of those individual regressions as being super underpowered. Like we lack precision to detect an effect. So I just wondered why you focused on the share that was statistically significant rather than kind of trying to draw conclusions from the distribution of point estimates.
we're kind of doing exactly that. We're trying to look at the distribution of point estimates. We just cut the insignificant regressions because, you know, they are so underpowered, you know, they probably wouldn't make, you know, if instruments don't work, if they fail, they fail. I mean, once the instruments work, you know, the second stage is where the distribution we're trying to look into, right? So in a sense, we're leaning on the more conservative side for interpretation of the policy results. I mean, at least the way I understand it, you know, I wouldn't try to bank on the underpowered instrument to, you know, deliver, you know, policy prescription. But again, you know, you may be right, and, you know, we can go more optimistic and say, you know, let's look at all 4 stages, look at the failed instruments and see how things will work. But, you know, that would be less accurate.
I think my comment was more about the conditioning on the second stage significance rather than the first stage significance. I think, you know, your argument's stronger on the conditioning on whether the first stage works or not versus, you know, the second stage non-significant coefficients are also informative about the distribution, the underlying distribution. But I'm getting wonky now. So
yes, we can talk about that. Yeah, but.
Any other question from the audience? Yes, please, Vivian.
Yeah, thanks. Coming back, having seen the paper, not having seen the paper for a while, it strikes me. Why did you not look at renewable energy financial flows as a left-hand side variable? There's quite good data on that.
That's something we can do.
Rather than the physical, you know?
Yeah, I think, you know, there is only much, you know, like, I mean, the good paper needs to put yourself into the boundaries, right? You know, you have a certain set of things that you need to look at, and then you kind of hammer and grind through, and then you can leave the rest for another set of papers. So, I mean, if there is significant interest from my bank colleagues to kind of do that, you know, we're very happy to kind of redo this analysis for, you know, other things, including the financial flows. But I think, yes, it's a great suggestion to look into, I think, you know, going in line with the subject of this conference. I mean, thanks for suggesting, Vivian.
Anyone else? No? Okay, so thank you very much, Jeff. So now we have Vivian and Hannah, who are going to be talking about can low-middle-income countries afford the climate transition, understanding financing gaps at the country level.
Thanks very much, Stefania. Should I just press this?
Yes, I believe so.
You have to press down there.
Oh, okay. Down here?
Yes.
Am I pointing in the right place? Ah, okay. And should I hold it backwards when I'm going through? Okay. The detector is there. Okay. Should we try? Is there a problem?
The team doesn't have a presentation. Has it been sent?
But it was sent this morning. Yes. So, yeah. Maybe I can start to give you a little bit of the motivation for this paper while we sort out the technology issues. So this paper is really motivated by the whole climate financing gap literature. And up to now, that gap tends to look at some kind of huge global estimate of investment needs, and then it looks at global capital flows, and it highlights the enormous gap between the two. What we wanted to do was to take the discussion of climate finance gaps to the country level, and to think about this very fundamental point that there's no financing without funding. And so we're going to be looking at the country level at the cost of financing the climate transition, and then at the availability of funding streams to cover that over time, and to see if the two are aligned. Part of the motivation for doing that is that we've made huge advances in energy planning, energy system planning. We have lots of excellent models. There's a lot of capacity now to produce a very refined least cost system expansion plan that meets any particular decarbonization targets. But what often happens is countries have a plan, but then the question is, can this plan actually be financed? And if it can't, is it really useful? So the idea of this research was to try and bridge the gap between the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Finance. And in order to do that, we've developed a little modeling tool that we call MinFin, which is trying to do that. And in particular, I'd like to contrast it with project finance. So what often happens is you create an energy investment plan, and then you start to think about project finance designs for individual assets without looking at the big picture in terms of the whole plan. So that's I think the contribution of the paper is to take that big picture look at the energy investment plan financeability. And hence the fundamental question we look at is whether the plans are affordable, whether the climate transition is affordable in these kinds of countries. And not sure what's happening behind the scenes. But, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. Is it okay? All right, great. I'll try the magic button. Ah, okay. Fine. Good. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So sorry for the delay. So we've gone through the motivation, and I think I'll maybe just skip straight to the two parts to the presentation. The first part is conceptual, so we'll be walking through the modeling structure and the ideas, and then my co-author Hannah Luscombe will present a case study for Kenya, which was our first attempt to actually calibrate the model. We currently have another 8 or 10 countries in the pipeline that we're doing, so we're trying to scale up quite rapidly from an empirical standpoint. So in terms of the conceptual framework, this graphic is a useful way of understanding what the model does. So the MinFin model, which is the one we're going to be discussing, is in the grey box. And the MinFin model is designed to interact with two other planning tools. The first, the blue box, is the energy system planning model. So we use a particular software called Osmosis, but the bank also has its own electricity planning model. that planning model will develop the investment plan that we need to finance. A particularity of planning models is that they only consider new investments. Planning models can shut down fossil fuel plants without spending any money, which is of course unreal. And so we, in addition, work with a tool also developed by the World Bank called the Fossil Fuel Retirement Model. The Fossil Fuel Retirement Model enables us to take a schedule of premature fossil fuel plant shutdowns and calculate the compensation required to investors. So we look at both investment components, the new investment, but also the compensation. Those outputs will then plug into the MinFin model and allow us to project the financing needs going forward. We're going to do that by looking at the annual investment needs that the model dictates, and then we're going to look at the historical financing conditions the country faces. We bring those two elements together, and we have, so to speak, the mortgage payment for net zero. How much do I have to pay year on year to implement the plan? And then on the other side, the green side of the model, we look at the funding situation in the sector. So we're going to look at cash flows in terms of what the government is putting into the sector, but primarily the utility cash flows. How much free cash flow does the utility have available to finance investments? And in addition, we're able to project fossil fuel savings from our energy system planning model up top. You see the arrow that comes down to the green box at the bottom. We're able to compute the savings that the country will make because it no longer has to pay a fossil fuel bill. And we add that to the funding envelope. And then in the middle, in the interactive dashboard, we're going to reconcile whether the mortgage payment is in line with the country's cash flow to fund it. So that's where we're going. I'll walk through each of those things individually. So this is the investment needs. It's just these are fictional numbers at the moment. Then we'll see the real numbers for Kenya. Here's a sort of fictional investment plan. The black bars represent the new investments in renewable energy year on year required for the transition. And the grey part of the bar is the additional amount required to compensate the investors who invested in fossil fuel plants. So that's the starting point. What we do then, is there a... I feel like there's something missing here. What we do then is that we research usually the last decade of energy finance in the country. We look at all the projects that were constructed. We examine which financiers were involved in each of the projects. And we collect quite detailed information regarding the financing terms that each financier was able to provide. As a result of all of that, we're able to compute like a weighted average cost of capital for the clean energy in the country based on historic conditions. We then apply that weighted average cost of capital to the investment plan that we just looked at, and that gives us a year-on-year mortgage payment, if you like, or the amount of financial remuneration that is needed to implement the investment plan, which obviously looks somewhat like that. And then finally, we look at the cash flow side or the funding side, and we look at the different components that I mentioned. We collect data on the utility financial statements, on the government budgets, and I think the most difficult part of this, and at the moment perhaps the least rigorous, is how you project the funding baseline. At the moment, we do this in a somewhat ad hoc way. We use extrapolations, or we try to maintain GDP shares for different funding streams. But in the future, we would like to connect MinFin to a proper utility finance model for a country so that we can actually more rigorously project what the cash flows are going to do over time. In this, we also then incorporate the fossil fuel expenditure savings that I was mentioning previously, and we have a sort of envelope going forward for the funding. All this then comes together in the high-level dashboard. The high-level dashboard there, you see the black line is the investment plan. The red line is the conversion of the investment plan into the mortgage payment using the historic weighted average cost of capital. And the green line is the projected funding availability, which in this very simple fictional example is flat. You can see there in the little gray box, and I'm going to have to do the same as Yevgeny, so I'm going to have to borrow the microphone. Thanks very much. You can see there, in this particular example, the weighted average cost of capital was 7%, and the weighted average term of lending was 13 years in this particular case. Now, as you'll notice immediately, this country cannot finance climate transition because the red line breaches the green line pretty quickly by around 2030 in this particular case. So from 2030 onwards, it simply cannot afford to continue to implement the transition. So we have a problem. Yes. Yes. So the financing need is basically the investment plan. It's the amount of capital that I need to raise every year, which is why it sort of goes up towards the deadline year, and then it comes down again in this example. With the financing requirement, all I've done is I've taken those terms of finance you can see up there. So it's an average 7% interest rate and a 13-year maturity. And I said, well, what if I need to finance that black line on those terms? How much does that mean I have to repay every year? We've also taken into account the payments on the projects that were financed in the past but have not yet been fully amortized. So it's like a full kind of projection of the it's a financing projection at the sector level. So then when we see a problem of there being a climate finance gap, we are then able to play around with the assumptions and simulate different futures. So for example, in this case, if you look at the box in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that we said, okay, this country faces 7% with a 13-year maturity. What if we were able to improve the financing terms to 4% with a 25-year maturity? As we do that, the red line comes down. So I think you'll see that the red line was very high, and as we improved the financing terms, the red line came all the way down, demonstrating the sensitivity of the mortgage payment, if you like, or the year-on-year payment to the terms available. A strategy like that is essentially leaning on the international community and saying, can you provide more concessional finance? And we can use the model to figure out how much more concessional finance is needed to close the gap. The other thing that we've done in this little illustration is that we've jacked up the green line, which was flat, and now is growing. We've assumed that it's going to grow at certain percentages a year, and again, that's just illustrative for the time being, but you'll see an example in a moment. If we can have a faster cash flow in the sector, then if we do both of these things, so cheaper money and faster cash flow, we're able to keep going till all the way till about 2040 without a climate financing gap. Now, if you think about this politically, shifting the red line means the international community is coughing up. Shifting the green line means the population is coughing up, because it generally means you're increasing the energy price. So we can also play with this framework to understand the equity implications of how we close the climate financing gap. So far, this is all illustrative. I'm now going to ask Hannah to walk you through the specific example of Kenya.
Hi everyone. So as Vivian said, we've so far piloted this in Kenya and Morocco and have a series of other case studies underway. And today I'll share some of the Kenya results with you. So this slide is showing the projected investment needs to reach net zero by 2050 in Kenya, broken down into technologies, and this represents the black line on the dashboard, which Vivian was showing you before. And what we're seeing is a four-fold investment surge. So in 2025, there's around 600 million investment needs, but by the mid-century, we're reaching around 4 billion, so a huge surge in investments. And after 2050 in Kenya, there's a small bit of respite, but it continues to increase, and we think this is just due to the increasing and growing demand in Kenya. So we've seen the investment needs, and this is the historical financing baseline, which Vivian described. And this shows the technology breakdown, so what investment has gone into what technologies in Kenya in the past. And you can see that the majority has gone into geothermal and quite a lot into grid projects as well, and a small amount into solar and hydro too. So these are the technology-specific costs of capital in Kenya. So in the graph, you can see the cost of equity is represented for each technology in blue, the cost of debt in orange, and the weighted average cost of capital in grey or purple. And the WACC varies quite significantly, you can see, across the different technologies. So, for instance, on the left, we have oil, and the WACC is almost 10%. So that's kind of suggesting that they're more likely to be financed locally and rather than through concessional sources. Whereas on the other hand, we have the solar projects with a much lower WACC, who probably have access to much more concessional finance. So when we bring this all together, we break it down into 4 key areas. So we break it down into concessional international, concessional domestic, commercial domestic, and commercial international. And we represent the grant element. And what you can see on the right-hand side is that they're getting quite good rates at 50% grant elements, so much below the market rates. And this is largely due to the large amount of concessional finance which they're able to access in Kenya. And when we bring this all together graphically, you can see on the horizontal axes, the million US dollars per year which they've been able to access. So the majority of this was in the concessional international category. And on the left-hand side, or the vertical axis, we represent the market element. And what you can see is they did have a small amount of access to commercial finance, more commercial international than commercial domestic, but it was much more expensive relative to the concessional rates which they were accessing in the country. Okay, so here we're moving on to the funding availability in Kenya. And you can see that the SOE generations, the utility cash flow, is the most important, or has been the most important source of funding in Kenya. In general, the government budgets and SOE cash generation have been in decline. And also we represent here the fossil fuel savings. So Vivian mentioned that fossil fuel savings can be, we assume that fossil fuel savings can be redirected back into the funding envelope. In Kenya, we found that this was a minimal amount because they don't have large amounts of fossil fuel power plants which require retiring early. But in the right-hand side, we've included Morocco just for a bit of context. So you can see the dark green lines that on the top of the graph are representing the fossil fuel savings from closing down the fossil fuel plants. So it's significantly higher in countries where they have a lot of fossil fuel plants. So when we bring this all together in the dashboard, we begin by assuming that the future will be the same as the past. So the average interest rate that we saw was 5.5%. The average grace period was 4.6, and the average term of the loan was 25 years. And then with the funding availability, we extrapolate the green line. So we've simply extrapolated based on the compound annual growth trends that we saw historically. And what you can see is that there's a small gap initially between 2025 and 2030, but this really grows and becomes unmanageable, especially towards 2070. So Kenya has a problem, and we need to find some way of closing this gap, restoring the balance. So there's 2 ways, as Vivian mentioned, that we can close this gap and make it more affordable. Firstly, the international community assumes the burden, and we see a softening of financing terms. So lower interest rates, longer loan terms, and more investments from concessional sources. So here the interest rate has been reduced to 3%. The average grace period has been increased, and so has the term of the loan. And this really brings down the red line a lot. So it's a much more comfortable scenario and affordable until 2040, but we still see a gap thereafter. So the second option is to increase the affordability is through increasing the funding availability, and this would mean increasing domestic energy prices as a result of increasing the government budgets, for example. So here we've increased the compound annual growth rates of government spending, SOE, cash flows, and grants so that they're in line with GDP growth in Kenya, so 5.5%. And by doing this, we can increase the green line and really reduce the gap that we're seeing between the funding availability and the financing, so it becomes much more affordable. So in conclusion, we have a few planned improvements on the MinFin tool. So firstly, we're in the process of converting what's currently quite a simple Excel model into a more sophisticated Python based model. So this will allow us to do more refined simulations. Secondly, we're working on the development of a module to optimize allocation of available sources of finance across different project typologies. So when we break down the energy plan into different energy projects, how should these be financed? And then lastly, we're also exploring the further integration of different modelling tools, which Vivian touched on briefly. So the integration of some macro models, utility financial models, and also micro simulation models. So to summarise all of this, financing terms have a significant impact on the affordability of net zero plans and need to improve over time, both by increasing access to concessional finance and also by reducing country risk. Secondly, strengthening utility cash flow is important for delivering the climate transition. And lastly, ministries of finance need to work with ministries of energy to ensure that climate transition plans are compatible with country financing possibilities. And we think that MinFin can be a really helpful tool to integrate these perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a couple of questions. So please, if we can pass on the mic, maybe we can start over there and then go towards the right.
I have a question regarding the calculation of the average rate. How do you take into account the FX fluctuation? Because some domestic funding is done through local currency, and the concessional is done from foreign currency.
Great question, thanks. So this is, as we mentioned, this is very much the version 1 of the tool, and it's currently all kind of in dollarized, and there's no currency fluctuations. We are planning in this new round, I mentioned we're doing another 8 countries, to do a version which is all in local currency, and where we can incorporate in the simulations for the future anticipated currency depreciation. Or we could simulate a major devaluation and look at what that would do. So we think that's an important limitation of this version 1, but I think we can quite easily see how we would build it in to the next version. Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Vivian and colleague, great presentation. So I have a couple questions. The first one is on the funding stream that you were showing, increasing the funding from the government or from the SOE cash flow. I wonder whether your model can take this into account. Instead of using the funding, the revenue that this entity has, whether that's used for to meet the financing requirement, as you put it, as opposed to pay-as-you-go expenditure. So would that change I think the red line, because now you have cash to pay instead of meeting the investment. So in other words, convert this into long-term borrowing rather than pay as you go expenditure. So that's something we can think about how to use the revenue that the cash has. The second question is more of for the Kenya example, you talked about in percentage terms of the GDP. How realistic is actually the government's ability to increase the gap? Do they actually have it? I mean, what is it in absolute terms or as a share of capital expenditure that they do, or historical terms? Yeah.
Great, thanks very much, Ben. I think in regard to the first question, I think we're doing what you are suggesting we do. Maybe that didn't come across, but essentially it's not a pay-as-you-go. So the whole transition from the black line to the red line is precisely to spread out the cost through a financing mechanism. So I think we're on the same page. But as far as if I got your question properly, but happy to confer later as well. On the realism. So at the moment, the Kenya example was purely illustrative. It wasn't part of an engagement with Kenya, but we had good data on Kenya, and we needed to have a proof of concept. So we ran that. In our next wave of countries that we're working on, we do have some countries where we're going to actually be, sitting down at the table with the right counterparts. And therefore, I think the simulations can be more realistic. Right now, we're just illustrating kind of what if. It seems to me, not unreasonable that the funding would keep pace with GDP growth, but it depends what you think about how demand grows. So the demand for energy will grow somewhat in line with GDP growth, maybe not quite as fast, but so even without touching prices, you'd expect revenues to go up somewhat in line with GDP growth. But obviously, if we're able to link this to to actual utility financing model, we can be much more precise regarding how that might unfold.
Thank you. I think we have another question over there, please.
Thank you. Actually, my question is for Hannah. You have performed some comparisons with Moroccan contexts. So I'm just curious about if you have some Moroccan data and introduced in the MinFin tool, or you are just planning to perform this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have completed the case study in the same way which we've done with Kenya. So we think we have quite good data on the financing baseline and the funding envelopes, but what we haven't got is a really strong energy investment plan. We've been having problems reaching a net zero scenario in our energy model. So we're still working on refining that, which is why we didn't show the entire dashboard for Morocco, but rather just the funding envelope.
Okay, and I think we have 2 more questions, and then we can wrap up over here and in the panel.
Thank you. This is a very short question for you, Vivin. This model, is it based only on CapEx funding or also includes OpEx funding?
So the energy planning model that is the input to this finance model projects OpEx as well, yes. Here, in terms of the projections we did, we focused mainly on the capital side of things, but we could just as easily include the OpEx projections as well, if that was of interest. Yes.
Okay.
And 2 questions from the panelists. Jeff?
I think I can use this one. So Vivian, question to you is, I have 2 observations. First of all, you assume investment planning for energy, assuming that investment is done optimally. But you know that investment is not done optimally, and there is a significant gap between what the model says and what the reality is. So I think one of the recommendations would be to see the pre-baseline things, how big deviation is, to understand, how well, how much your model is off mark in terms of your financial projections. Because my understanding, you're giving you the minimum. The second question is, what I didn't understand from presentation, do you assume that utilities break even aside from, retirement needs, or they are messed up? In reality, they are certainly messed up in most parts of the world. So if the second scenario, which I guess is the case, you need to first simulate cleaning the mess, and then, simulate climate transition on the top of cleaning the mess, right? So it wasn't clear whether it's coming there or not.
Great, thanks very much. So first of all, on the investment plan, the model can ingest any investment plan, right? For the purpose of the illustration, we simulated an optimum net zero plan because that's sort of the holy grail, if you like. But we could equally ingest a much more, realistic plan that the countries actually signed up to. And we could also ingest a suboptimal plan. So we could take the plan and say, well, this is what the plan says, but we know they have 50% cost overruns based on historical experience, and we can play around with what goes in. It's simply, a plug-in, if you like. And for now, we've just, this is very much a kind of proof of concept, illustrative kind of phase of the work, and so we've taken that. But absolutely right, we could certainly factor in those things. In terms of the utilities, as I mentioned, we're just taking the sort of historical baseline, but we are looking at the real utility there with all of its messes. And we're looking at how much cash flow it has available to service debt, essentially, based on the financial statements. And then right now we're just extrapolating it in a very simple way, but we would prefer to be able to plug it into the model and extrapolate that based on a real understanding of how the sector is unfolding. So I think there's two sides to this. One is just the sort of the simple framework for bringing these things together, and the other is the actual refinement of the numbers you put in and how you calibrate it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Anurag wants to pass on and ask the question privately, so we can wrap up this session. And thank you very much to the audience and online. Thank you very much to the panelists.
They have retirement costs in the version of EPM. So I don't know whether you need to...
The model we have does not. It's called, it's related, but it's a bit different because EPM is only electricity. Our model is the whole energy sector.
You want to do like the whole...
So what we showed was the whole energy sector.
So
like
bank can only do like the time, so what was it based on? What
it's called osmosis. It's an open source planning model that's developed by KTH in Sweden.
Okay, so it's not the bank. I understand that. And then another thing is, I think the second point is important because you really need to get demand feedback. Because I have things, but if you kind of play the math, you probably right as demand goes down, that may accelerate certain things. So these loops are highly important for your more
So we need to add a bit more of a model of that aspect, the demand side.
With at-home demand, there must be like a mixing studio now, so the demand side, because there's different dynamic scenarios, and we get completely different numbers. And the same thing.
To do that, you really need the utility side properly modeled, so you have the cost structures and.
It's actually not that bad. You just take projections and you construct something. You know both. Take whatever the IA projects.
Yeah, I guess it depends what you're
and then you have to simulate.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here? Yes. Last day, almost last session. First, we need to apologize for the incredible gender balance we achieved on this panel. Very, very poor showing. We tried to get rid of a few people, it didn't work. But anyway, with your patience. That's the problem. The gender panel took all that, yeah. So anyway, thank you very much for coming. We've got a really interesting, a very diverse group of people to speak today, and in a very amusing group of people. So it'll be an interesting session, a fun session. We would love you to be engaged. You got comments, questions, throwing things is fine, just nothing too sharp. Let us know if you want to talk different avenues. We're going to try to keep the presentations somewhat tight so that we've got plenty of time to chat. But otherwise, and absent any comments from the peanut gallery, we'll start up. Sounds good? So we need to start with Ben. And I forgot your presentation. Okay, now, because I know him so well, and we go back, way back, Ben Solis completed his undergraduate studies in economics in Peru. Is that right? Master's degree in competition and market regulation from the Barcelona School of Economics. He has worked in the water and energy regulators in Peru for the infrastructure sector for the Inter-American Development Bank, authoring several publications on tariff, access, sustainability of infrastructure services. He currently works for the utility services topic of Business Ready, the new World Bank flagship report, benchmarking the business environment and investment climate. Is that good? Anything else you want to add? No. All right, Ben, the floor is yours.
Let me set a timer. Okay. Where should I point? I always... Behind me. No, it's not working. This was my greatest fear when I was... Yay, okay. Thanks, Jeff, thanks. Okay, so, well, thanks to the organizers for the invitation and for allowing me to present this paper. I'm going to present a paper on an experience, a Peruvian experience on a groundwater tariff and its contribution to water supply infrastructure funding. I wanted to start with some opening comments regarding, of course, the difference between financing and funding. Financing meaning determining who provides the upfront capital for a project, and funding determining who will actually provide the revenues to repay for this infrastructure and to provide the service during the life of the project, right? So the case study that I'm going to present today is going to be about water funding. Not financing, it's very important, but also very important funding, which is determining the revenues to repay the infrastructure. And I wanted just to stress that discussing infrastructure funding is very crucial because at the end of the day, it's a discussion of how the burden of infrastructure costs are distributed within society. And this meaning between households and industrial users, for example, but also between generations, as we will see in this case study. So I think it's very relevant to discuss these topics. So first, very basic, what is groundwater? This might remind you of when you were a kid in elementary school and you saw the water cycle, right? Basically, aquifers are geological formations that take several years sometimes, dozens of years or hundreds of years to infiltrate in the underground. And they represent 99% of the planet's fresh water. They basically work with an equation that has recharge and extraction. There's also some natural discharge into bodies of water, such as rivers or springs. But basically, you have extraction, which is humans doing pumping wells and extracting water, and the recharge that can be natural, coming from rainfall infiltrating in the underground, and also with artificial activities, such as injection of water in the aquifer. This is going to be very important for the rest of the presentation because basically policies are oriented to reduce demand, so reduce extraction and increase the supply, so increase the amount of water that is infiltrated in the aquifer. So groundwater is important under normal circumstances. This is a World Bank report. For drinking water, it's between 60% and 89% of the source of water. But of course, these are just averages. In some cities of the world, it's 100% of the water that is supplied to cities. And also for agriculture, it's very important. 55% of agricultural areas in South Asia region are irrigated with groundwater, for example. So this gives us an idea of how important it is in normal circumstances for human consumption and for agriculture. But also groundwater, and I would stress this, is crucial under extreme weather events. And these events are going to be more frequent and more intense in the context of climate change. So here you have a picture to the left, to the Rimac River, which is the main source of water supplies in Lima. And in the left is under a drought, and to the right you would see it with high turbidity events caused by heavy rainfalls, which is a characteristic of climate change. Basically, sometimes you have too few of precipitation, sometimes you have a lot of precipitation. And in this context, groundwater saved us in Lima, because we resort to pumping water to provide reliable services to population. So another fact, groundwater levels are in decline, because we might think, why is this a problem if there's a lot of water available? But this is a paper from January 2024, and it's basically showing rapid groundwater decline in all the aquifers in the world, especially in those that are near extensive croplands, for example, with very isolated experiences of recovery in the aquifer level. And why are aquifers in danger? We can resort to economics, and maybe you are familiar with the term of the tragedy of the commons. This is the situation in which like open pool resources are basically over-extracted because the private incentives of agents lead them to overexploit it. They don't consider the social cost that they impose, and they end up in the depletion of these resources, as it can happen with groundwater if we don't regulate it or if we don't impose pumping limits. So what are the negative effects of groundwater over-extraction? The first one is super visible. It's land subsidence. So basically here we have some pictures of how land has sunk between 1965 and 2016 in San Joaquin Valley. You might say it's considerable because of groundwater over-extraction. And here are some pictures in Mexico City. There's a man there, if you can see him. He seems to be standing next to like a traffic light or a street light, but that's actually a water pump from 1936. So the land level used to be at the height of the WP that you see there. So it's a huge impact of over-extraction. And of course, there are other consequences of over-extraction besides land subsidence, the reduction in buffer capacity. So this means that if we don't have enough groundwater in the future, we won't be ready for these more intense and frequent extreme weather events, impacts on agriculture, increase in pumping costs, some contamination that is called saline intrusion, and ecosystem damage. So what are the policy instruments that policymakers have to deal with these problems? I'm not gonna overwhelm you with this, just look at me, and I'm gonna say demand side and supply side. Demand side, how we can control the amount of water that is extracted from the aquifer, and one of them is imposing a price for the groundwater extraction, and supply side is going to be financing infrastructure that can actually recharge the aquifer. This is actually a very important slide, so I want everyone to really grab the idea of this. 20 or 30 years ago, there was a huge emphasis on full cost recovery, which was tariffs have to recover the financial cost of the service. Financial cost meaning operation, maintenance, and capital. Now we recognize that there are some other instruments, such as taxes and transfers. This is called sustainable cost recovery. But the final shift in the paradigm of cost recovery is, okay, not only financial costs are important, we also have to consider environmental and resource costs, and we have to increase the number of instruments that you can use for cost recovery. And here we can find, for example, abstraction and pollution charges, and this is what we call broad cost recovery. So finally, the case study in Lima, Peru. Some context, Peru has over 33 million people. From these people, 1/3 is located in Lima, which is a desert. So you might imagine this is a problem. And about 45% of the national GDP is generated in Lima. There's a company that's named Sedapal, it's a water utility, and 6% of the population in Lima is not connected to the network. So there's a challenge of increasing the access of this population. Around 20% of water supplies comes from groundwater, and there are around 1,000 groundwater extractors. This means commercial or industrial enterprises, companies that are abstracting groundwater. So in 2015, a new groundwater regime was created. It introduced a service, a tariff, a methodology for tariff calculation, and assigned responsibilities to the water utility and the regulator. So this is the reform that I'm going to tell you about. Before the new regime, groundwater extractors had to pay a tariff, that's true, but it wasn't technically calculated. It was just 20% of the water tariffs that all the users pay. So this was not part of the reform. And most importantly, there was a legal controversy that persisted for years, questioning the nature and validity of the tariff, with 22 large groundwater extractors obtaining a judicial ruling accepting them from payment to the water utility. So you might think it's only 22 users out of more than 1,000 users. It's not a problem, but as you might imagine, these 22 users are huge consumers. So you can see here, basically an average household consumes 16 cubic meters per month. You have businesses connected to the network, 29 cubic meters. Groundwater extractors that did pay the tariff, around 3,000 cubic meters. And the groundwater extractors that refuse to pay the tariffs consume considerably a lot, like 100,000 cubic meters per month. So that is a lot. I'm going to skip this. So what is this new reform doing, and why is this important for this conference on funding? Because basically, what this new regime is proposing is that groundwater extractors are going to help fund the water infrastructure in the cities. So let's imagine this example. We have city. It's supplied by a pump of water, and all of a sudden they decide to construct or build a desalination plant. So who's going to pay for it? Not who's going to finance it, but who's going to fund it, to repay it. So it could be the government through taxes, yes. It could be also the population through tariffs, the water tariffs. But what this regime does is it recognizes that there's a positive externality on groundwater extractors, which are at the end of the picture. So they are not getting water from pipes, but they are being indirectly benefited by this infrastructure. How? Because basically the utility is going to resort less to the aquifers. That's the first one. And second one, because there's going to be more water in the basin, and this is going to get infiltrated in the aquifer. So they will get benefited from that. This is a little bit the change in the governance, let's say. So basically, they create a new service that is called groundwater monitoring and management, and the regulator is going to set a tariff for this, and they're going to supervise the legal obligations, and the water utility is going to be in charge of supplying these new services that is called groundwater monitoring and management. So how do water utilities contribute to groundwater availability? Basically by doing artificial recharge projects, so they can do some actions or have some investments to directly recharge the aquifers, but also through, and this is the most important part, and the relationship with PPPs, with huge investments, such as water transfers or desalination plants. So water transfers increase the amount of water that is available in the basin that didn't used to exist in this basin, so they are bringing water from another part of the country, and this is going to get infiltrated in the aquifer and recharge it. And by building desalination plants, for example, as we explained, we're substituting groundwater use. So basically, you are reducing the extractive pressure on the aquifer. So I did an exercise, and I wanted to know a counterfactual scenario. So if the groundwater regime didn't exist, water customers would have to pay the tariffs that recover the entire burden of water infrastructure projects. So what would be the tariff impact? How much money would water consumers would have to pay in addition to their existing water bills if this scenario didn't exist? Why is this useful? Because it quantifies the funding potential of this mechanism, and plus some economies in the world can relate to this scenario where pipe water customers are inadvertently subsidizing groundwater structures. So that's why we can consider this a useful exercise. This is a very complicated formula. It's basically what the regulator, I work in the water regulator for 10 years. So that's what we used to do to calculate water tariffs. Basically, you have operation cost, investments, the regulatory asset base, the physical assets that are used to provide the service. So what I'm going to do in this exercise is going one component through one component and defining what was allocated to water, what was allocated to sanitation, and what was allocated to groundwater monitoring and management, and calculate, like plug in this component in the water tariff so I can know what is the tariff impact. I'm going to skip this one, but this is basically a formula just to determine this new cost, right? So very relevant for this discussion is part of the cost are PPP payments. In Lima, there are 5 huge projects. The first one is Chillón, it's a water treatment plant and wells. Huascacocha is a water transfer. Tahuada and La Chira are wastewater treatment plants, which are not relevant for this exercise. And then Provisor is a desalination plant and a wastewater treatment plant. So as you can see, a part of Chillón, Huascacocha, and Provisur, which are highlighted over there, are allocated to this groundwater monitoring and management tariff. So 26% of the PPP payments related to water projects are funded through the new GMM tariff. So we can see, firstly, that it's an important mechanism to recover the costs. And then I also went through the regulatory asset base. This is the summary, but I had to do like a lot of calculations to arrive to this. And we see that 21% of the assets recovered by the GMM tariff belong to PPP projects. So it's an important mechanism. And the final number, I don't know what that square moved. It was supposed to be in 9.7. Anyway, so the final result is that in a counterfactual scenario where the new groundwater regime did not exist, water customers would face a 9.7% increase in their tariffs. So we know it's important, it's a good mechanism to fund infrastructure. It's a very innovative mechanism in the sense that we are explicitly recognizing positive externalities, and we are making users, such as industrial users, that benefit from investments indirectly, but they benefit from them. We're making them pay for this. Of course, each funding mechanism has an institutional arrangement behind. And I think the importance of having an independent regulator in charge of tariff calculation is very important for social legitimacy of this kind of mechanisms or instruments. Also, a positive feature of this new regime is that funds are earmarked, so we actually know what they are going to be invested in, and that the regulator has the capacity to enforce investment obligations. So this is my final slide. So the new groundwater tariff has several advantages. Sustainability, it increases the private cost of structures, which in the short term, they can see incorrectly that this is reducing their competitiveness, but it actually is for the good of the society and for having sustainable water resources. There's financial viability behind this mechanism because it's a stable source of funding, we saw. And there's also a component of equity. It contributes to water affordability. We know customers will have to pay more for the water service if this regime didn't exist. So that would be it. I hope you think that this example can serve as a compelling experience of how we can use innovative and mechanisms that recognize positive externalities, which is something that is not very commonly done in policy making. So thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thanks, Ben, very much.
17 minutes.
17 minutes. You weren't as bad as you thought you were going to be. That was good. Excellent. Any questions for Ben? I think it'd be good to have a couple questions, but then let's save the general conversation for the end once everybody's done their presentation. So we've got two back here.
Yeah, Ben, conceptually, this is really nice. But how do you sell it to the constituents? Because at least in a country like India, for example, the one of the main guzzlers of groundwater is the agriculture sector, where you will have small and marginalized farmers as well, right? So how do you incentivize them to start paying for the water that they are extracting from the ground? Because that can be a very touchy subject politically. So how do you sell it to them?
Well, my question was related to that one, also agricultural, but I wasn't thinking of small farmers, but really big farmers. But how do you control the extraction? Because it's easy to control in the cities, but not so easy in the countryside. Because it's a very nice tool, so it's...
Can I add a third question, which is from the PPP side? If I'm an investor in a PPP, I'd love to see that money ring-fenced so that it comes straight to me, that 26% or whatever the allocation was. Is that possible in this framework? Or do you have to hope that the money's still there after the water utility includes its expenses?
Okay, super good questions. Is this, yes, okay. Super good questions. Of course, I didn't have time to go through all the details of this reform, but they started with non-agriculture users, of course, because agriculture is always a sector that is very sensitive. It's in the plan, of course, to broaden this mechanism to include them. But basically, we have in the current regime, for example, soda companies or firms that rely a lot on groundwater for industrial processes, but not for agriculture. I think that an important part of the reform process has been to consider that this is a gradual reform. So once agriculture users are included, the tariff increase cannot be that high because there will be some social rejection to this policy. So we need to think that this kind of policies are like 10, 20, 30 year long, and that we shouldn't rush, let's say, into increasing tariffs so easily. We have to be patient sometimes, yes. Regarding controlling extractions, technology now is kind of giving us some tools for that. So I know of some experiences in Latin America that are using drones to supervise, that are using the difference in the aquifer or in the water table level to identify, and we were talking about this yesterday, like when you can see that there's a decrease, a sustained decrease in the water table level, and you don't have a user in this area, something is weird. So you need to start, let's say, like reducing the space where you're monitoring this reduction until you find this. And of course, there has to be fines and penalties that you can impose to these illegal extractors. So that's a super important part of the reform too. And regarding reinvesting and the money that's actually collected, the PPP sector in Peru kind of works with independent accounts where you have to deposit the money, so you know that this is going to be invested in what it was approved for. So when they approve this money is going to be directed for a specific investment, the regulator instructs the water utility to create a specific account where they are going to deposit a certain percentage of the revenue so that they don't spend it, it's something else, yeah.
Awesome. Any other quick questions, or shall we? No, wait, last time you asked like 5 questions. Are we okay this time?
Sorry, just a quick question, because you clarify, right? So basically the big companies, 20-some company, industrial ones, there is obvious trade-off between efficiency, like economic gains versus environmental. Have you calculated that? Alternatively, you could have the government just pay the PPP operators through tax. Would that be a better alternative, consider the trade-offs?
Yes, that's an excellent question. I didn't have time to go through that, but every funding mechanism has, let's say, the pros and cons, right? We could pay this with taxes, but the fact that we are creating a service makes very explicit that these users are receiving something from the water utility, from those investments. So I think it's a good idea to create a specific and explicit service so that they are aware of that. And also because price is going to, or in this case, abstraction charges, is going to work as a signaling. So, I mean, you have to send them directly the signal that they should be cautious with the amount of water that they are consuming. If we just let them abstract and they are not receiving a price signal, and yes, we could be funding these recharge activities through taxes to restaurants and other kind of industries, and that the numbers are going to add up in the sense that you will be able to fund the activities, but you won't be sending a signal to groundwater abstractors. So I think we have to consider that. Yeah.
Awesome, but fantastic. Thank you very much. So we're going to now move on to Matthias. Now, Matthias, for those of you who haven't seen him, I think this is his 4th presentation in the last 2 days. But in case you don't know him, Matthias is a senior economist and the global lead on transport economics and policy at the World Bank. He's published extensively on a wide range of topics, including infrastructure economics, economic development, trade and logistics, public-private partnerships, state-owned enterprises, competition, auctions, and fiscal policy. Before joining the World Bank, he worked at a consulting firm and think tanks advising governments and companies in Latin America, North America, and Europe. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Maryland, College Park. Matthias.
Thank you, Jeff, for the introduction. So welcome everybody to the session right after lunch. So let's see if we keep you awake or you start dozing off while we get the presentation on. So what I'm going to be talking is about the early termination of public-private partnerships in infrastructure, and this is a joint work with 2 colleagues from the bank, Martin Meleki and Burak Turgulu. This started the first piece of work that we did many years ago, when actually Martin was the chief economist for South Asia, and then we move on, and also for other flagship we did it like globally, and so this is work that's been ongoing for quite a bit. We've known, throughout the sessions yesterday, how much we have been using PPPs on infrastructure over time. So I'm not going to go too much there, but you have there some figures in dollars on constant dollars of 2020, and about more than around 7,000 projects all across the developing world we have been implemented or awarded since the 1990s. But no matter how the infrastructure is provided, whether it's through direct public provision, through SOEs, or through PPPs, there are risks of unanticipated demands on the public budget, right? There are fiscal risks. One reason is because infrastructure is risky per se, so the same reasons that made the project risky, whether it's provided by an SOE, could be provided by a PPP. But there are also specific sources of fiscal risk related to the different provision modalities or the governance of the sector per se. In the case of PPPs, there are 4 key sources of fiscal risk. One is related to the current fiscal accounting practices that often ignore the liabilities around PPPs, even not just the contingents, which are basically the second point, but even the direct liabilities, because many governments tend to put it like off the books to move on. And that, even though the authority that awards the PPP know about the liabilities, but many times the Ministry of Finance don't know. And they try to get that information, but they only found out when they had to write the check, right? Also, there's the issue about contingent liabilities, the guarantees, how they are accounted for, and usually because of the accounting reasons, they are not really on there, but some countries like Chile that is quite advanced, they have a document, a report on the liabilities that are the contingent liabilities and so on. These topics, these two sources have been widely studied, so I'm not going to cover that. The third source of fiscal risk from PPPs is renegotiations, which also have been studied widely by Ronald here, by Stefan, by many others. So we know quite a bit about how important that is and how not only like the incidence of the renegotiations, but when they happen, how often, and how costly they are, and what are the determinants. And the fourth one is the early termination of PPPs, which not much research has been done. It's more mainly like case studies here and there, trying to understand what is behind like these cases. And I mean, and that's where we contribute there. And there is a reason, I think, because it's only 3% of all the infrastructure PPPs were terminated early since the 1990s. That number seems quite small, and I'll get you back in the slide, compared to the renegotiations, where you see that renegotiations in the power sector were between 24 and 41%, and on the transport between 42 and 91%, depending on the country and the period covered on the different analyses. Here it's only 3%. But as you see in the slide, 3/4 of those happen together. They are not just one isolated event. There is something in common on these projects. The size of these bubbles that you have there is the investment, the size of the investment of the PPPs that were terminated early on those periods of time. So in India, it's about 25, 26 PPPs, China 22, Mexico, I think it was around 16, all at the same time that happened. So there is something there that even if the PPPs are small, altogether could lead to a significant fiscal risk. And not just because they are all clustered together, the cancellations, but they tend to be costly for several reasons. One of it's that, and you can have here, for example, the case of Mexico in the 97, that the government had to take on board over like about 1.6% of GDP just for the cancellation of the roads PPPs, which is just a share of those 15 that I showed you before. Or India, for one power plant that it had to pay about $2.4 billion just to, as a consequence of the cancellation. And when we started this analysis, that we were looking not just at the probability of cancellation, but really we were going to see what is the potential fiscal risk using a value at risk. We look at the clauses for early termination whenever they are publicly available. And we were a bit surprised that they are quite generous. So for example, in the case of India, the road PPP, the model contract that is the standard for national federal government PPPs, it says that the government will take over most of the senior debt, no matter what is the cost of PPP, of the cancellation. If it's because of the government decision or if it's because of the private sector failure, they will always step in. And they will cover 120% of the equity if it's their responsibility. But we saw in a few cases where we had the data that they end up, in India and other countries, not to scare the private sector, they end up always like writing checks and paying off, they end up being quite costly. In some cases, as Ronald showed yesterday, when they had the variable term contract in Chile, there's difference because there's not that many cancellations, but also there's a clear formula about how much to pay related to the revenue left on that contract. But in many other cases, that's not the case. So many questions that arise here is the first one is let's understand what is driving this cancellation so we can, when we design PPPs, we improve our design or our selection of the projects so we minimize the chances that they are terminated. So we are not going to deal with the termination clauses, but it's more like the sources of the cancellation. So how often that happen? How often, when do they happen most of the time, and what are the drivers of that? And we're going to look at project, contract characteristics, and then country-level variables in terms of the institutions and the macroeconomic context. So we use a bunch of different data, the PPI database mainly, where we focus on about 84 countries and close to 4,000 projects from the 1990s all the way to 2018. On the three main sectors, we left the municipal because they came on the database quite late, so they were not really comparable. And we added some other data on institutional variables and macroeconomic variables from different sources. And we did a bunch of like cleaning up of the PPI database to expand and fill out a lot of like missing or inconsistent information, so it would help us to get a better idea. We first just did some non-parametric econometrics to see what is the rate of cancellation or like failure of PPPs and when they happen. So one thing that we did is like, as you know, different projects have different length because of the economic life of the project, but mainly to balance the period of the construction where there's the investment with the period of time where there's a revenue to balance, so that makes economic sense for the concessionaire. So there's comparing a 30 years with a 15-year PPP and saying, okay, it happens in the first year, it's not, or the second year, it's not the same on different projects. So we standardize everything from 0 to 100, I mean 100% of the period of the PPP, and we see that the termination rate, the hazard rate, peaks at about 20% of the period. So in a 30-year project, it's about at the first 6 years is when there's like the highest probability of cancellation, and then it goes down over time. So renegotiations tends to be the first one in the first year. Early termination is a bit longer, but not that much after construction in general. It's not that happens towards the end of the project that you will think about, and so. So then we did some econometric analysis to look at this, and I'm not going to, since it's the afternoon, I'm not going to bore you with this, so I'll keep you awake, and we'll just jump into the results. First, if we look at projects characteristics to see which ones are more likely to be terminated. So I'll use this figure, I mean, not the extent, but the style of figure all across about 4 slides. So we have here just on the bottom are different coefficients, the coefficients for different variables, the variables that we use, the different controls. The vertical is the C statistics. These 2 dashed lines are basically the 10% significance level, and so on. To make it even easier, blue lines are significant at the 10, yellow lines are insignificant. So you can just look at the colors and So, and we go like to 10%, which some academics would say you had to do the 1%, but just to be a bit more generous, we went there. And in the paper, we have more detail, but just for show. So if we look at sectors, the excluded sector is electricity. So what this is telling us that transport, port, roads, rail, and airports are significantly more likely to be terminated early than the electricity sector. Port is the same as electricity, there's no significant difference. Natural gas the same. And then water and utilities and treatment plant also. To give you a sense, roads, rail, and airports are about 5 times more likely to be terminated than power. Water and treatment about 7 times more likely to be terminated early. So there's a sectoral issue there that we see. You can think electricity and ports, there's a clear stream of revenues, while in roads it's not necessarily the case, so that could be an explanation. Brownfield case is not, the projects are not significantly different from like greenfield projects, which is like the excluded category. You know, we always hear like investors that say we don't really want to get into greenfield projects because it's not clarity about what are the revenue streams, so it's quite uncertain. And so at the beginning we thought, okay, we are going to get that brownfield projects are less likely to be terminated, but we didn't find that. And it could be because once that they feel comfortable into jumping into the greenfield projects, because those that they really went to PPPs, they are potentially not, there's not much uncertainty and very similar to the brownfield, it's a guess. And larger projects are more likely to be terminated early. Now, in terms of contract characteristics, so if we started with like the sponsors, foreign sponsor doesn't play a significant role, but the number of sponsors. So the more sponsors, actually less likely to be terminated early, which we thought that maybe more sponsors makes the partnership more unstable, but it seems that actually there are more sponsors that maybe diversify the risk and they can take on board the partnership better. Subnational contracts or PPPs also are less likely to be terminated early. But before, because every time I present, I get the same question, don't think about municipal PPPs here. It's more like federal versus subnational in the sense of like state governments in India, for example, or Brazil, or provinces in Argentina. And that is the difference. Could be that the local governments know better which projects makes more sense, but it also could be, and we'll discuss that a little bit later, and we have evidence in India, that the central government tends to be more risky, maybe because they have broader shoulders to withstand the risk, so they might take more risky projects and that end up failing at the end. Direct support, which is upfront capital grants and in-kind support that is more to reduce the financing risk, reduce the early termination significantly, but indirect support like minimum revenue guarantees and all those kinds of guarantees from the government, they don't really have any effect. What we found in this iteration of the models we've been working over time is that the multilateral support does reduce the risk of early terminations, and that includes like the sovereign guarantees that the institutions give and a few other forms of support. It's not about technical support that is considered here. It's more like actual financial support.
Any particular multilateral you have in mind?
Yes, of course. In a previous version, we had that was not significant at the bank. So imagine how much time I spent like defending that result. So if we move to institutional features, we have first two levels of elections, presidential and legislative elections. So we see presidential don't have much of an impact, but legislative election, let's say this year or next year, will have a significant effect on increasing the probability of termination of the PPPs today, which is consistent to some evidence on renegotiations, that the electoral cycle affect the decision of the government. Well, we're going to get into election, maybe we just start like canceling and pushing or renegotiating PPPs. So that we see. And the other one is the countries with a stronger constraints on the executive branch of the government, they have lower rate of early termination. And I mean, we have been recorded, but I can think about a few countries, like my own country, that is a good example like for this, but I'll leave it there. And then on the macroeconomic conditions, one thing that we saw is about like when the government is awarding the contract, and we look at the financing environment, particularly we look at the current account balance, whether there is like the government is like, constrained in terms of the economy, constraints in terms of the hard currency, we see that the better the current account balance, like let's say smaller deficit or higher superávit, surplus, that was some Spanish there, surplus, it lowers the probability of early termination. So you could think that it's easier to get the financing for the sponsors to do the project. But also, I mean, it's just, this is like, it's an hypothesis that we have, that also when the financing, the macroeconomic conditions are not that good, the government could be a bit more lax into the type of PPPs that they award, like they sort of do less due diligence or request less strict in order to get the PPPs ongoing for political reasons, could be the case. And then we look at a few type of macroeconomic crises, surprise depreciations, banking crisis, debt crisis, and we see that they are also quite significant in terms of increasing the probability of early termination. For some work that I'm not going to show now, we use these probabilities and we look at what would be the fiscal risk in the case of a typical macro crisis that we have, for example, in Latin America, compared to not having that crisis. And we saw that the fiscal risk of early termination would be like between 12 and 19 times the fiscal risk without the crisis, with an average of 16 times on a sample of countries that we have. So it's quite significant, the role of the macroeconomic conditions. So I'll just the last couple of slides. Now we're going to zoom in the case of India. In the case of India, as I showed before, about during, and not just India, but highways at the national level. So in the 2010-2014 period, they canceled about 26 out of the 125 projects that, sorry, in the 2013-15 they were canceled, these projects that were awarded between 10 and 14. So they all highway projects awarded by the same government, by the same level of government, the central government, the federal government, And an interesting thing that they did is that they play with different contract structures. So there were first annuity payments, contracts where it said, okay, this is just an annuity payment for the duration of the project, or toll PPPs. But on the toll PPPs, the sponsors, the private sector, could decide they would bid. We want a capital grant, or we are going to pay you a premium to the government over the period of the PPP. So it's sort of different level of risks, some that decided by the government, but some decided by the same bidders about how much risk to take in terms of the financing or the demand risk. So here we are able to compare more like apples to apples, and it gives a good idea in terms of the contract design. And basically what we find here, and I don't, yeah, so it's that the more risk that the private sector took on board, the more likely to be terminated early. So premium payment contracts, more likely. I mean, if we start controlling for road length and debt financing, that coefficient disappears. But once we think about it, convert this to like net present value of payments to the government, which could be positive or negative depending if it's premium payment or capital grants or so on, we see that the more that the private provider or the private sector agrees to pay to the government, the more likely that these PPPs were canceled. The same whether if we put that payment in terms of the share of the project investment, we see that larger projects, longer roads are also more likely, but also the debt financing. The more debt financing that they take on board, the more likely to be terminated early. So this is a nice comparison about like different contract structures in the same country for the same very similar projects. So just to close, so here we get a lot of ideas about when designing projects, right? PPPs. First about the sector, which ones are more likely, and the contract characteristics. So very simple things. Simple, but it's takeaways. Like it's very important to be careful about the project selection and the contract design because it's about at the end it's about incentives, right? It's the incentive on the government side, but incentives of the private sector side. So on that, and it goes, I'll skip the second bullet, but the last two, it's managing those incentives, the political economy, but also the incentives of the partnership about what they want to get on board, how aggressive they want to be, that maybe then they just want to walk away or not because they realized that they were being too aggressive. So, and the robust macroeconomic management. It's beyond just like how good is your PPP design and all of that, but if they're, unless you have, and most PPPs because they were fixed term, but preempting the case that Ronald will come out and with the case of Chile, like the variable, the present value of revenue, those are more flexible that could withstand like shocks that he showed yesterday with the COVID, but in general with macroeconomic conditions. So that's something to keep in mind, but bad macroeconomic management, no matter how good the contracts at the end may be one way or the other, could end up costing you more. Either upfront or later. So that's also quite important not to forget about it. And that's all for me now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks, Matthias. Super interesting and watching. I would say that PPP is a little bit like marriage. Public and private together are like putting a man and a woman in the same room and them surviving somehow. And that watching how they end can help you learn how to do the marriage better, right? So anyway, on that depressing note, any quick questions? Because we want to shift. Okay, we've got 2 up here. 3.
Thank you, Matthias. Actually, I have a question about the early termination. Do you think we should standardize the mechanism of early termination so we can avoid paying costly fees for the private partner? And I have a second question. Is there any relation between the decision to terminate the contract by the public entity and the financial structure of the contract? Thank you.
Should we take all 3 and then we'll let you think about clever answers?
Thank you. Fascinating presentation, Matthias. Happy to see where this thing that was started so long ago has come. Quick methodological questions. One is, I presume that the unit of observation you used is the project, and I wonder whether the amounts using the amounts instead of the projects will lead to different conclusions, for instance, which sectors are the ones where the biggest risk are. The other is you ended up with conclusions that were related to the macro and to the project itself, and one may wonder whether the institutions and political economy of the country don't matter. So I imagine that your regressions control, you said 84 countries, by countries or country type. Is there any insight from that part of the regression you didn't show?
Very quick one, thanks a lot, Matthias. So you, if I understood correctly, you normalized for understandable reasons the contract length, but I was wondering if you did also look into whether contract length itself is associated with higher or lower risk of termination.
Okay, thanks for all the very good questions. I'll give you some good answers and some bad answers. So, I mean, in terms of the clauses, yeah, I mean, the clauses play a big role. I mean, not on the necessarily, I mean, we don't look at the clauses as a role that they play on termination. They might not. But yeah, end up determine how much you paid at the end, right? So, and it could be also that in some cases, those are very generous in some countries in order to attract the private sector, because otherwise they wouldn't come. So one nice thing about, I mean, some contracts, like the case of Chile and others, that they have a very clear and transparent mechanism for designing, determining how much you will be paid at different times in the project. So it's not just a blank clause and a blank rule that says no matter what happened, we're going to pay you this. But so, and it's related to the amount that you bid at the beginning to get the project. So that it's, you know, I think it's there's good examples of like not just transparency but clarity and linking the value of the actual value of the project and what you were willing to get for the project to, in order to, if you're gonna exit the project. And the other was about you said about the financial structure of the projects. Well, we don't have a lot of data on the financial structure, but we have, for example, in the case of India, about the debt equity ratio. I mean, so there we see that the more debt, more likely to be terminated early in the case of India on the PPPs, the highway PPPs. Unfortunately, the data that we have across countries is much more shaky, you know, like on that side, so we couldn't look at more, but it's potential that it will have some role, the same way we have there. So yeah, I mean, we have like country fixed effects to control for difference across countries, but we don't have more than the institutional variables that I showed in one of the slides, the elections, the constraints of different branches of the government that we have, and we did robustness with different databases, different variables that I didn't show now, then more or less the results can quite all, I mean, not more or less, they are all robust and quite similar, so, and it's more in terms of that, the cycle of the electoral power and the controls on the different levels of government, but oh no, we don't. As far as I remember, we don't. But I'll go back and check if there's something else that we missed. But I don't think that we have anything particularly there. And so the length of the contract. So we see there. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, you're thinking more like the longer contracts might be canceled. Yeah. I mean, we actually started the analysis by just using the length of the contract, not like standardizing. And the results were, yeah, it didn't change at all. So whether we use the 0 to, I mean, the standardized to the percentage of the length or the actual years, it doesn't change much. But then it was the results about when it's canceled, it's not, it doesn't, they are not meaningful per se in that sense. So no, it didn't, the rest of the results don't change at all on that. And I think I might have missed something, but if not, then I will check. Ronnie.
Do we have one other? Are we going to hear about how wonderful Chile is,
no,
or
no,
did you want?
No, I'm just going to. I was just wondering because it was interesting that you had that the first few years is when you have the most cancellations. So did you study why it was that the first few years it's cancellations? Because you can have a crisis at any point in time, not necessarily at that point. What is the explanation that you have?
So I mean, it's more likely to have there, like an increase on the 20%, but that is without controlling for anything of the other variables. So within that non-parametric. So I don't have a smart answer for that right now, but I'll think about it and we can chat later. But yeah, we don't have something there.
Cool. Super fast because we're really out of time.
To the political economy aspect, I was thinking, you mentioned you are kind of agnostic about who default, right, to who caused it. I wonder if, for instance, is right after construction is finished, the government more likely to default, whether that could be something you can look into. That's all.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll build on my answer to you, Ronald, before, but so, and this is just a guess, but the renegotiations tend to happen a lot in the first few years, and early termination is a failure of a renegotiation, so they could be related to that. It's only 3%, so the few cases where there's no success, that could be related. Some is also when we see, I know some particular cases like in India, that they were related to some particular event, but then the whole legal process until the PPPs actually terminated, it took like a year or two or longer, so that's also that could be quite related to the, failure of renegotiations, and plus a few years for the whole legal process and back and forth with the government, might be, but we haven't looked at it more in detail. And we don't have, in the case of the literature on renegotiation, have looked at, and Stefan has a few papers on differentiated between those triggered by the government or those triggered by the private sector. In the problem that we have with the data is that we don't have information about who triggered the event of cancellation. So we try, but I mean, there's so many cases and it's like all data that it's hard to get, but it could be there's something there that to differentiate between the source. I mean, who triggered it? Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks.
Excellent, fantastic. Thank you very much. We move on to our next speakers. We're getting really, really tight on time. So Shawani is our next speaker. He is the only non-World Bank person on the panel. So which is, again, a nod to our incredible diversity on the panel. And then I'm going to give you his bio and see if you can note the difference between his and everybody else's. Shah is an economist and country head for Zambia at the International Growth Center, London School of Economics. Punto.
Thank you very much. I'm here for diversity reasons. Sorry, I need to make sure this is... great. Okay, wonderful. So this is going to be entirely and drastically different from the preceding two presentations, and largely because of cognitive reasons. I'm not at the bank. But I hope we could get something out of it, and I will keep it fairly brief, ideally under about 10-ish minutes. I'm presenting a joint policy paper, so that's really important. This is not a research paper, written by myself with Paul Collier, Edward Glazer, Tony Venables, and Priya Mannering. So I want to start with, sorry. This is a discrimination against non-bank staff. Yeah. Okay, let me try.
You only get the one slide, sorry.
Oh, okay, fine. This is wonderful. How's everyone? Any funny thing to tell us?
Which one are you printing?
This, right?
Yeah.
If it works with you, this.
That's my greatest.
Do you have a second one? Let me see.
Good,
Matthias, what did you do?
Yeah, okay, let me start. Let me start by 3 qualifications. Okay, first thing, this paper is sort of a how to kind of guide for policymakers in low and middle income economies. So it's really targeting policymakers where PPP transactions are quite rare, but there's a lot of, something's happened. Anyways, where PPP transactions are very rare, but there's a lot of momentum and policy desire to think about PPPs. So what it tries to do is go through different sort of policy trade-offs policymakers can consider across the PPP life cycle and thinks about it in relation with other procurement options. So I want to just stress, as we saw in Vivian's presentation yesterday, that these are countries where, again, this is quite rare. So this is an entirely different kind of ballpark with very weak institutional and governance capacity. The second thing we try to do is, second qualification I want to make, and that's something which came up yesterday, is that much of investment in infrastructure in these countries is public. So this is, again, even if it does become a bigger thing, it's going to be a very, very small thing as part of a larger policy sort of environment. Thank you very much. Oh, wonderful. Okay. And finally, as part of this exercise, our main conclusion has been that the evidence on PPP, especially academic literature, is quite scarce. So there's a lot of stuff which we've talked about over the past 24 odd hours. But many of the studies generally are correlational. So it's a lot of contextualized dependent findings we're getting. So there's very hard to extract trade-offs. So what I'm hoping to get out of here, as the non-World Bank person, is some sort of lessons from all of you who do work on this in much more intense manner than we do at the IGC, is what are the key things you would want policymakers in these contexts to think about as they think about this policy option. Okay. And finally, we're going to do a bit of a sort of a brainstorming, I hope, largely led by you, on what kind of research questions we should be asking more. So as a research institute, we also are keen on funding it, so we will be very keen on thinking about those questions. It's always nice to say that we can give you guys money, so be nicer to me. Okay, but before I go, there's sort of an urban dimension which is sort of motivating these questions. So this is just a graph showing population between urban and rural in sub-Saharan Africa, but there's sort of this big policy realization which can be encountered in our relationship with policymakers is that urbanization is driving this demand for infrastructure very highly in a lot of countries with very low income status. So in 1960, no low-income country had more than 1/3 of its population living in urban areas. Today, nearly 40% of countries which are low income have at least 40% of their people living in urban contexts. So that puts, as we were hearing earlier, demands on infrastructure like water, transport, sanitation, and hence sort of the popularity, or at least the desire on paper by policymakers to think about PPPs as sort of a way of then leveraging finance. The second thing, we've seen this multiple times, is just sort of low and middle income economies. So there is some degree of popularity, although there's a lot of heterogeneity within sort of this bucket. So a lot of PPP projects tend to go to these larger developing countries like India and Brazil, and much lower in countries where we tend to work in, like Zambia, Malawi, Uganda, and others. Cool. So it's going to be like a very interesting, easy exercise. So we're going to talk through different stages of different kind of questions we can ask when we think about public-private partnership, again, for policymakers, so sort of thinking about that. So the core purpose is sort of thinking about this policy trade-off. So one of the things, the first thing which sort of we argue is that there is some evidence of overall cost efficiency in PPP contracts. So PPP contracts might be more expensive based on the literature we have seen and the construction stage, but they tend to, that might be because of sort of higher investment in quality and construction costs. So there are a couple of papers here, but there's also other papers we have talked about over the past day. For example, the paper from India, and there was some mention of another paper here, of a study of looking at Indian highways where the costs were slightly higher, but then the quality was also, construction costs were higher, but quality over time was also better. And then the other paper from Indonesia, which found no cost differences between PPP and non-PPP procurement. Again, on balance, costs tend to be higher according to our reading of literature, but so does the quality and the PPP provision. But that's sort of one big motivation for policymakers why they should consider, or why they would consider this procurement option. Then there's a greater incentive for sort of delivering services and maintaining quality. And we all probably know the paper from Argentina from the 90s, looking at water provision and how privatization of water services expanded both access and had impact over, I think, diarrhea and child mortality levels. And then there's a very fascinating paper looking at about 30-odd countries in Africa, which also looks at privatization of water provision, PPP model water provision, and finds that there's expansion of piped water. So another big motivation, at least on the policy front, about PPPs is that it sort of has the built-in incentive to maintain existing systems, expand them, especially where user fees are concerned. There's some political economy stuff that PPPs might be better, private parties might be better in charging user fees, where political pressure might undercharge, so let's say bus services and things like that because of politics. And finally, and something which we alluded to earlier, is that often it's sort of thought of it a bit of like an accounting trick, that the short-term credit constraints can be overcome through this way of procuring. Also, we can talk about it a bit later, about how absorbing either risks or giving away potential user fees, you sort of still end up with some credit. Great, so why not public-private partnerships? Slightly blasphemous. So 5 quick things. So first is the welfare impact. So there's a lot more heterogeneity in welfare impacts in literature. So there might be, because of how the incentive structure works, there might be cost minimization over welfare. One of my favorite studies, quite recent, is on education by Justin Santafer and his colleague, which looks at this LEAP program, which is a private, which sort of moves certain schools in Liberia under a PPP model. And it has very minimal overall improvement in quality of education, but they also found that there was a lot of selection bias. A lot of kids were kicked out of schools, and there was a lot of teachers were fired, and others to sort of give an impression that a lot of that these schools were doing much better. And then again, a lot of heterogeneity between different private suppliers. So some private providers of this program were doing very, very well, and others were doing much more poorly. Then secondly, private premium sort of adds some costs, either through debt or sort of profit margins. Third, high transaction cost, and this is something which is much higher in countries we are most interested in, and we saw this, Matthew spoke about this quite well yesterday, about the sort of upstream investments governments have to need to make to be able to even design and manage these contracts. And there's sort of just basic stats around, we talked about renegotiation and early of PPP contracts, but this is a very capacity complex driven contracts which often governments don't have. Now in contexts where private parties are foreign, that adds another dimension of complexity for governments to manage. Fourth, it's not an ideal way of circumventing government fiscal obligations. So either, well, I'm being very nice here. Sorry. They must be paid by annual government payments or in forms of relinquishing revenue from user fees. But again, depending on the country, Chile is an exception to this, but other countries might not properly capture as part of the public finance book, so it sort of makes it easier. And then finally, in something where we have a lot more things to say is around sort of the corruption possibilities, and we can talk about, there's a lot more literature around principal agent problems, but also ex post rents once contracts are set and public sector, sort of public party is sort of locked into a contract with a single supplier, and the renegotiation aspects, and that could lead to further corruption possibilities or just sort of public disadvantage in that case. And there's some literature in the paper about sort of examples. So for example, the EIB funded PPP stuff and how that renegotiations and how that has sort of led to higher per unit costs and things like that. Cool. When PPPs, so the kind of big policy questions we have been asking and sort of things are big policy questions. In what circumstances are PPPs better than complete public provision or privatization, or privatization is not the right term, private delivery of services? Is competition feasible, natural monopolies, social rate of return, and something we also spoke yesterday about, is an excludable rival good? What is the opportunity cost for public spending? And that's going to be a bigger question in policy dimensions. Where private actors can be incentivized to maintain quality, or where objective quality standards can be defined, measured, and enforced. And the sort of the information gap between the public and private parties is a big concern and constraint in these sort of contracts. Where the service and infrastructure are extensive enough to justify costs, and this is something which also comes up in a lot of contexts with small economies, the PPP model, so the goods being thought about, this or services, might not have the scale to justify building this entire public capacity to manage these, this procurement option. where responsibility and risk can be clearly allocated in cases where services pay for themselves. So of course, there's availability-based PPPs, and that might work perfectly fine too, but this just sort of has a self-enforcing mechanism. And sort of where there's less need for massive changes of a contract over time. But again, this is not easy to control. So we were thinking about how, and I would love thoughts about on this specifically, on how do policymakers think about what are the different dimensions when they start considering the PPP model. So first of all, is the right project? And so talked about this in the last slide, but is the project really right? What kind of public service there is, the user fees availability, what kind of information mechanism there is there a stable legal framework, so limiting risk versus limiting policy freedom? Is there enough public capacity? So a lot of countries now have dedicated PPP units in line ministries. There is some move towards, especially in the UK and elsewhere, about infrastructure delivery units, which can look at PPP as a larger procurement sort of option. Sort of risk, we talked about risk just now, but sort of this is, of course, a big thing, especially for economists to think more about. But how do the risk is managed between the public and private parties? So, and then we can think about both policy risks, but also demand risk, and sort of various different dimension to it. The basic principle that we are arguing is that, of course, risk should be managed by the party which is best able to manage that risk, and how that sort of has implication on incentives. And of course, policy risk and demand risk. And we have a lot of case studies in the paper where things have gone really poorly and countries have been stuck with massive sort of payments because either policy-induced risk or other forms of, but also currency exchange risk and things like that. What effective monitoring system looks like, so clear indicators, evaluation timelines. There's some work we are working on doing about leveraging the end users in thinking about how quality assurance in PPPs were sort of by sort of leveraging feedback from end users directly, and sort of clear and reasonable terms for renegotiation. I won't talk about that too much, but sort of see. Cool. So finally, thinking about towards moving towards a policy and research agenda on PPP. So we'd love some feedback into sort of the big thinking, the things we just spoke about. But what restricts PPPs in developing countries, especially in these contexts? Well, there's a lack of project pipeline, so it requires much more investment in pipeline development, such as feasibility studies, and we spoke about this yesterday. But also the policy environment's roles and responsibility, the legal framework, they're sort of quite new and sort of still work in progress. There is a sort of this silver bullet framing of PPPs that they will, again, public capacity and budgetary constraints can be sort of foregone as part of the PPP model. There's sort of question which we sort of propose is that at the urban levels, should more cities have the power and capacity to structure PPPs? That happens a lot more where there's more fiscal autonomy in Europe and elsewhere, but much less so in Africa and other places where we work in. But of course, that carries itself risks and needs more different kinds of capacity. But if we think about big cities like Lagos and Nairobi, where there is sort of sufficient demand to provide a lot of urban infrastructure and services, that might be one of the things to consider. There's a lot more need for research on PPPs, and so type of factors that affect and trade-offs. So we're particularly thinking about sort of type of factors that affect trade-offs in decision-making and how design efficient incentive structures. So in the early presentation, we saw that sort of coming up. So this is our broad framing of this. Would love input. If you were a policymaker in a low-income setting who thinks PPP is going to solve a lot of infrastructure issues, what should we be telling them? Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. And first bit is the World Bank has a municipal small-scale PPP framework. So we'd love to sit down and sort of apply some of this to that. And ours is very focused on practical, how do local governments sort of get their heads around these things. So it'd be really good to sort of blend all that together. Quick questions, super rapid.
Just a quick comment. Thank you very much. I really like the idea of putting all the research we have into some sort of workable decision tree for policymakers to follow. Following up on the point by Jeff about small municipal PPPs, at the other end, one thing we came across with UA and our work on private cities is the PPP framework for entire cities that China has introduced after the phase in which states and localities were authorized to develop the cities and ended up completely over-indebted. but there's a full template, and one of the things we would like to do is to see how it has worked. We studied in the case of Guam, but there is, of course, it's not sub-Saharan Africa, which is the focus, but perhaps there are lessons in there on some, especially on the weak capacity places, how they use it.
Yeah, and we actually did a program for small-scale water PPPs in little villages in Tanzania, and it just tore it down to the very, very basics. Super interesting process, but even that is really hard for those little communities to implement. It's a really complex space. Yeah. And because we have like 10 minutes left, so I want to hand off to Danielle as.
Either it's completely clear or completely misunderstood, like completely unclear, but that's very useful.
No, I think what you were talking about is very consistent with a lot of the questions we've been asking ourselves. Looking at all the analysis that's been done and putting it all in one place is super helpful. And I think that really helps us then make those ideas more concrete. How do we blend what you're saying with the kind of implementation frameworks that we put together, and so that we can bounce the learning back and forth? I think that's really important. Okay, Danielle, come on down. All right. Daniel Benitez, for those who don't know him, senior economist at the Global Transport Knowledge Unit of the World Bank, the global lead in transport practice for infrastructure finance and PPPs. His work involves both analytical and advisory services on infrastructure economics, policy, and financing. Before joining the World Bank in 2006, he worked at the Center for Economic Regulation in Argentina, an institution funded by the World Bank on computable general equilibrium analysis and utility regulation. Daniel holds a PhD in economics from the University of Toulouse. Daniel.
Thank you, Jeff. I promise not to be too long on this. I have the presentation. So let me tell you something. This is not based on any paper. When the organizer invited me for the conference, say, Daniel, you will be presenting a session. They changed me to another session. They changed me to the final session with some PPP, and I have 1 week to put some slides. I hope that you will enjoy. My presentation will build on many of the topics that our colleague has been talking, right? But I will narrow to transport, right? So, and my presentation has 2 parts. First part, I will bring some statistics from the PPI database. I will talk about volume, investment, number of contracts, but I will show some statistics from other variables that the database collect, right, and explain some facts. And then I will focus on typical issues that we keep receiving requests from governments to basically to provide advice, and I will connect those requests with the literature review. I follow the good paper by Stefan Stroh and Favre in Journal of Economic Literature, just to quote some examples, right? So, again,
this makes me feel better now.
Yeah. This is why. Okay, here it's coming. So here just basic statistic, right? So that covers basically the PPI database. The PPI database started collecting data from 1999 to 2023, right? And that covers the 4 big subsectors that we have today in this database. The database planned to be expanded, but basically what it shows in number of the volume of the transactions are ups and downs, right? PPP programs take longer to implement. Government implement programs, sometimes this program launches a series of projects, but there is some ups and downs, right? So what is interesting is that energy is leading this market in emerging market and developing economies. Transport is following, right? But still other sectors play a substantial role in this market, right? It's also interesting to see, and Matthias showed that in constant terms, right? I'm showing in current terms, right? So PPPs in transport sector are positively correlated to economic activity. So you need more roads, we need more ports, we need more airports, and so on, as long as economic activities start to pick up, right? But yesterday there was some discussion, right, what is the market for PPP compared to all type of investment in the sector, right? And we have a snapshot of 2017 by PPI, right? So database, it showed that the PPP market, at least in the transport sector, represent around between 10-15% of total investment. Total investment by public agencies, total investment by SOEs, right, and include PPPs. This number vary across basically the different transport modes, right? Some modes like ports, airports manage to attract a large number of transactions. Others are more public type of business, right? It's also interesting that because we are talking about PCM, and actually PCM, this private capital mobilization, can be achieved also through SOEs, can be achieved through public agencies. This report 2017 includes some data of private financing on SOEs and private financing on public agencies. Many SOEs managed to create some project companies approach, some SPV, and to borrow on commercial terms. Here, when we look at the source of debt for those PPPs, there is a mix, right, across the region. Vivian, yesterday you talked about the five main players. Here is about region, maybe the same type of pattern, right? So we see that some region managed to mobilize more commercial financing. Sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, needs more bilateral, multilateral support for this project, right? But in a nutshell, the PPP is a niche market. Some sectors keep growing, but still this is not the main delivery source, right? So in the source of Philippe Benoit this morning when he said that we put too much emphasis on PPP because the session is about PPPs, but we can do even better with other sectors, right? So a few things just rapidly on this. So this is the market for roads. Again, Vivian, this is pretty much in line with your presentation. There are a few players. Market has ups and downs. COVID affect the market, right? And still the largest market belongs to China, to India, to Brazil, and so on, right? What is interesting from the PPI database, and probably we don't see that very often, is that we can dig on how project has been awarded, right? So because the database includes data on some criteria, right? So, and what we know from this database that allow us, for instance, to say that few projects from 1999 to 2023 has been able to share revenue with the government. I think, Mattia, you call premium PPPs, right? So those projects that share revenue with the government. But most of the project has been awarded using a low-cost criteria or low revenue or low subsidy, capital subsidy from the government. This is what the database is showing to us. Also, few projects, a large number of projects managed to get user fees, tolls, but we are seeing now an increase in number of projects which are purely funded by availability payment. And we also know that from this database that government prefer capital subsidies instead of revenue subsidies. We can also zoom into the airport sector. I will go rapidly on this, and I will move to the part 2 of the presentation, right? But in the last 6 years, there was 45 transactions on the airport sector, right? More or less, this is what the database say. Basically, probably there are more, and there are some review whether we can incorporate other projects. But we are seeing now the trend is going to secondary airports. So most of the countries already bring some concession to the main capital cities. Right? Now they are moving to the secondary cities. Airports in general are cash machine because one of the bidding criteria is sharing revenue with the government, right? So we don't share profit, we share revenues, right? But this database showed that only one project in the last 6 years was able to share revenue with the government, which showed that we are focusing on a market which is less premium, basically, in that sense. But these are basically the statistical facts of the PPP market, right? But what is interesting now in my part 2 is when we enter into a serious issues. And I will focus on first starting on competition for the market, right? So the database shows some data on number of bidders. And we know that unless large program, competition sometimes is limited. Only for an example, I'm showing 2 cases, Colombia and India, road programs, right? And you have the share of project with one bidder, the share of number of projects. I can do the same graph with the volume of investment, but this is the number of projects. Share of road project with one bidder. You see Colombia versus India, so 30% of the project in Colombia have one bidder, so very competitive, right? And, but there is also in India, for instance, project with more than 10 bidders, right? So the way that basically those countries operate, the way that we create competition for the market is a bit different, right? And we know that complex projects in general get few bidders, right? And there's some, and they move to direct negotiation. Our database includes 2,000 transactions, of which 22% of these transactions has been awarded through direct negotiation. Very competitive, right? China, 53 transactions, India, 12 transactions, right? So this is no competitive in, right? We know also that repeating contracting, right? So, and there is this paper by Elisabetta Llosa and Waters in 2019 that look at the bus sector in London, but there are also papers looking at this repeated transaction, right? Basically, would give some signal for collusion, right? So we know that, and there is also an issue of revolving doors, because sometimes the person who procured in the public sector become later private working for a private company and later return to the government. So this is a series of, and this is documented, right? We know also that enable conditions and the capacity of the government, the collusion, and Ronald with Campos, Engel, Alex has some paper basically looking at basically of the issue of how basically might be affecting those projects and how the number of the competitive process basically will determine the performance of the contract, which by the way is not only about PPPs. We are 2 Argentinians in the panel. In Argentina, there was some cases in public procurement that was perfectly the number of bidders, the way that it basically operate that lead to some corruption. But there's some good news, right? So large program brings some competition, right? And we have the evidence in Colombia 4G and the different bidding rounds. And from the first to the second round, we some evidence that at least price decrease, the number of bidders increase. Argentina launched a program in 2015. 10 bidders, 32 bids, 10 bidders, 32 bids. The approach in the way that Argentina structured the weight assure that at least, because large program, the problem that they have is that there is enough cake for everyone, right? So there is not much competition. So the way that you create the process basically can help to bring competition. So competition for the market, but also competition for the market and then renegotiation, right? So Matthias talked about that, so I will go fast on this. There's a paper by Wash, many other statistics are there, right? And many contracts has been renegotiated after contract awarding, even before financial closure. So the case of Argentina water program in the 90s is very famous, right? And there is some good news because some people have been thinking of how to create renegotiation-proof contracts, right? So contract that will basically survive or have low probability of renegotiation, right? Least present value right, of revenues is one of contracts that try to get into, at least on this variable of the revenue, to reduce the probability of renegotiation. And then I will talk about Blanc-Brut and Macoset, which look at construction risk. Right? Those programs, those basically articles that look to open this project sponsor into the project company, into the financier, the constructor, the operator, and so on, see basically how operate at that level. I think we need a bit more of research on this area. The paper of Matthias is probably one of the best papers. So basically open this into the different dimension, right? Bringing the early termination on this, along with obviously the paper of Ronald. It is an also of long-term contracts and regulatory approach. So we are talking mostly, except Ben, he was talking about regulatory asset base. Most of this project has been structured as SPV, as project finance approach, but there is a life after project finance approach, and we call the regulatory asset-based model, that in the 90s has been very famous, still apply in many countries, water, electricity in the UK, transmission lines in the UK. In the case of transport, few cases, I think the airports in the UK and the airport in Lima has been regulating with this approach. So basically 2 different approach. One is a sort of a scheduled renegotiation. Every 5 years, we sit together, private sector, public sector, say, this is the amount of CapEx that we need, these are the rates that we want, right? So we do some evaluation of the rate of return. We can implement through price cap, cost plus, right? They have some issues, few cases. The other approach is that we have the regulation by contract. In the contract, basically, we try to establish the rule, the parameter, and we hope that we basically price for the best, but if it's not the best, we enter into some regulations, right, into some renegotiation, right? What is interesting, I'm quoting here the paper of Macoset and Verriard, but also the paper by Demirel and others, which talk to fund managers, talk to equity managers, and they say that which type of regulation they will prefer if they can revert the contract, right? And they say that, well, regulatory asset base give you less return, but more predictability, so it's less uncertainty. While if they move to project company, to project finance approach, well, they make more money, but obviously it might be some risk. Question is why in transport is not using this approach, in particular, basically when in the country that we operate, when there is a low capacity in the government, we can bring some solutions that are less risky for investors to come. Then there is an issue of construction risk and contract, right? So, and this is why I mentioned this paper, which I think is quite good. It's probably one of the few papers that is also quoting the paper of Favre and Stroh that talk about what do we know about construction risk. We know that there is a lot of paper has been looking at cost overrun and time overrun, right? So there's paper that even try to compare what's going on between PPPs and traditional procurement. But what happened is that sometimes we don't know when the clock starts ticking. So for instance, if we talk about time overrun, when we say that the project starts, financial closure, a PPP can take years to get it there, right? So what it shows this paper is that construction risk is effectively passed to the builder and rarely returned to the project company. So remember that a consortium can be a project company, might be an operator, might be a financier, might be a construction company, might be different. So what this paper tried to open the black box of a consortium using a database and trying basically, they collect, and trying to understand how it operates. They got information from a French investment bank, Natixis. They have this information, which is difficult sometimes to get that. What they found is that this risk is passed to the construction company, which the construction company many times is part of the concessionaire, right? So it's part of the project. So, but what they found is that there is some incentive to encapsulate the risk in the construction company because financing issues. So it's more difficult to go to a bank, right? And basically, if the project sponsor who is basically creating the asking for resources will take some of these risks, right? Also, they found that performance guarantee of liquidated damage are not statistically related to the occurrence of the size of the construction cost of runs, which means that maybe they are not efficient. So they have this mechanism, but internally, the consortium find a way just to mitigate those risks, right? We ask for this, there is a cost for this, but internally, the concessionaire can use it. It's also interesting because at the end, they conclude that traditional projects deliver with limited no construction risk transfer, right? So basically what we say is that when we procure traditionally projects, most of the project has low incentive to reduce costs, right? So, and the government is basically assuming most of the risk. And the authors conclude that, well, why the government cannot implement, I don't know, EPC contracts, right, for this type of project. So I think this is, they try to basically to open this Pandora box, which is the consortium, in the way it works, right? The second risk, big risk that we found in transport project is demand revenue risk, right? So, and we know that, you mentioned PPPs are married, right? But we get married for many years, things may happen, right, in the middle of this, right? It's difficult for some concessionaires basically to deal with the demand, to deal with some risk. So in general, to top up resources, we tend to rely on three mechanisms, right? So one is the availability payment, the other is the minimum revenue guarantees, right? So, and there's some paper that try to understand the optimality of this minimum revenue guarantee. Many papers also conclude that could be inefficient in the way that they operate. And we have the approach that Ronald has been commenting, developed by them this morning, right? The question is, sometimes we get questions from the government, basically, how this mechanism can impact on the cost of capital, right, for appraisal purpose. So, because this mechanism at the end will top up the revenues to the government. But in the first two, rely on the sovereign capacity to honor availability payment on a regular basis or when it happened. When it happened, Colombia in the third generation of roads, so they were basically not using, they have minimum revenue guarantee, everything went well until the moment the crisis came, traffic decreased, and the concessionaire called the government in the wrong moment, right? So this is basically whether we can get into the trying to understand whether for appraisal purpose, there is a difference in the risk. I know, Ronald, you mentioned investment banks, they don't look in this way, and I won't go into talk later on the second, right? And almost to conclude, I'm borrowing the title of this slide from the work of Timo Valila, right? So how expensive are cost saving, right? So, and yesterday we talked about basically private sector comparator, we talk about value for money, right? And this inequality is not so easy to estimate, at least for appraisal purpose. Basically, when we talk about the cost of capital, there is a large literature review focusing on what it should be the cost of capital, basically for the private sector, for the public sector. So we commissioned a paper to Eduardo, Engel, Ronald, and Alex Kalektovic in 2012. Most Latin American government has been rushing to develop public sector comparator altogether. At the same time, the UK was stopping the use of the public sector comparator. Even Portugal was telling us that we did a conference in the bank. The Portuguese government was telling us we should stop, we should make, if we do public sector comparator, we should make it available. Because some bidders managed to get the public sector comparator, which give you an idea how much the government is willing to pay for the project. So the government was doing that for on purpose. They basically started deciding just to make it public, right? But there is a large literature whether basically it should be the risk-adjusted cost of capital for the private sector, whether a T-bond is a good way to discount the cost of capital for the government, whether that represents the true cost of capital for the government, right? This is for appraisal purpose. And then we have for ex post, basic evaluation of program, right? we have been advising many governments that they should be doing some programmatic review of the program, right? Level 1 project, level 2 programs, right? So, and there's so many methodologies to do this. We advise governments. We work in Turkey, Russia, trying to implement that. In Chile, we have some experience that. But in general, what happened is that beyond the initial emphasis to do this, there is little or nothing done to basically to assess the performance of this project. So ex post, right? And whether on what we promise is going to be value for money, is going to be good result there, maybe this number are not coming. And that's my last slide. I promise to go really fast. I'm doing my best, right? I think that there's still some areas that we can continue doing some research. I think that the sector has been, the approach, PPP has been really largely studied. I know that there's still some gaps in the literature, right? But there are other ways to deliver infrastructure, right? So we talk about SOEs. I think that we can still push SOEs. The World Bank want to maximize, want to bring more private capital. I think there is way to do that, right? So on that side. So I think that we need to start probably putting some emphasis on the other ways to do the analysis, right? Competition for the market and the effect of renegotiation. Matthias' work, I think, is filling this gap. I think it is an area that we should go. But in my experience, attending to many conferences of PPP organized by the bank and by others, we talk very little about that. I talk very little about the number of bidders. In some cases, we get recommendation not to push for certain type of approach, PPPs, when we know that there is not enough competition on the operator side. So hospitals, we want to do hospitals, but maybe few operators that can operate. So someone will capture the range, the number of operators capable to take. Construction companies to do a hospital, there are plenty. But operators that are willing to enter in this market, maybe few. So we need to understand basically the market that we want to target. Regulatory asset base, I'm not getting much traction with this idea. I still think that it can be replicated. So it's still working in the water sector and the transport sector in Peru, right? But I think it's an idea that we should probably do more research to see whether we can bring an approach that reduces uncertainty and reduces the cost of capital for the project. Right? And pricing, risk allocation, and cost of capital, I think I saw very little done right on the PPP side beyond the paper that I quote here. We don't know at the end if the pricing that we are getting is efficient or not. The paper of Blackroot and Marco said brings some ideas, but I think the idea that we would like to see more information. With this, I end here because 17 minutes late of what we plan to talk. Thanks so much.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Danielle. And apologies, total mea culpa. I let everybody run, but this was super interesting, really helpful. Thanks, Danielle. Lots of work left to do. We're burning your coffee hour, so do you want to, any questions? Anyone? Any burning issues? Completely disagree on the RAB?
Hi, Daniel. Thanks very much. I just wondered if there was more data on the bidders than you gave us that lovely example of Colombia versus India. Is there a lot more to look at, or is it very patchy, the information available? And also, can you look at like domestic versus international? No. Okay.
But there is more information. I think there are 2,000 projects, 2,000 transactions in the transport sector. The database has all the sector, right? Of which 1,000 or a bit more is competitive bidding, for which we have data most of the time for the number of bidders, right? Then you have direct negotiation, which is, I think, I say 22%. You have competitive dialogue, and you have a lot of blanks. So what is interesting is to see why the PPI team could not get data on the other projects. So whether we can infer something about transparency, right, on those projects and sectors.
The other tricky thing is look at it at pre-qualification, shortlisting, and who actually puts a bid in, and to what extent it's the nature of the project that's squeezing down the number of bidders, or if it's... Others? Questions? Fantastic. Thank you guys so much for your patience. You've been a fantastic audience. Thanks to the panel for great presentations. Have a great day.